Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Halcyon Homecoming Innovation Summit. I cannot believe we're finally here at 10 years of Halcyon. I am, as the voice of God said, I am president and CEO here at Halcyon. It's been my incredible privilege to lead the organization since the beginning of this year. But my journey with Halcyon actually started when Halcyon was a startup 10 years ago. At the time, I was a consultant at Deloitte, and I heard about this funny sounding organization across the river that had an amazing house and was doing inspiring things. And 10 years later, it's incredible to realize that we have served more than 500 entrepreneurs from 40 countries across the globe who've gone on to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. They've gone on to create thousands of jobs. And most importantly, they've gone on to impact millions of lives. So, yes. And really, that is a testament to the incredible vision that our co-founders had, who you'll hear from in just a bit, Dr. Kuno and Kay Kadal. They really wanted to create an inspiring space where other founders could grow, could have the time and space to focus on their ideas and really focus on the changes they wanted to make in the world. And boy, have they done that. It was really something that DC had never seen before. And we are so proud to have contributed to an ecosystem where the startup environment here in DC has really grown alongside the growth of our Halcyon Fellows. Today, as CEO, I get to speak a lot about the programs that we do, the details of the work that we're doing across the globe. This year, we'll support 7 cohorts, close to 60 founders, doing programming in 5 cities in the US and in 3 other countries. And all of those things are really important. The resources that we bring to our founders, the pro bono partnerships that we bring to our founders, the mentors, the leadership coaches, those are all the critical pieces that we bring together in support of the growth of our founders. But the thing I've been reflecting on this incredible week that we've had as Halcyon is the community that we've built. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to bring together close to 100 of our founders from across the globe back to Halcyon really for the first time in person in that way. And it was just an incredible reflection of the community that we built. And that community really goes beyond the incredible space that we occupy just a few blocks from here. It's something that's national, it's something that's global. And it is the thing that when founders leave us, they end up talking about. I recently had the chance to be in London and wanted to connect with some founders, one of whom I'd never met. We had lunch, and over lunch, one of the founders who was from the Philippines, working in a fintech focused on remittances, another from Nigeria, working in a sustainable fashion brand. You'd think that there's nothing that connects the work that they do. But what I gained from that conversation was a clear understanding and sort of a visceral reaction to how Halcyon and Fellows embody a spirit. They instantly found common ground, started talking about, well, what can we do to connect what you're doing on remittances to support small businesses in Nigeria, connecting the dots from the Philippines to Nigeria in a place like London. We've seen founders build business relationships together. From one cohort, a founder who was supporting women entrepreneurs in Nigeria, building with her counterpart who is in her cohort, who is building in manufacturing for household malaria products in Uganda, and her providing the loan to help her scale her manufacturing. And we've seen it in the little things as well. One of our founders who every week sends out a note to her cohort with wins, with losses, with wisdom, and really providing that note of push that all of our founders need. Because we know that entrepreneurship is a really scary journey and often a really lonely journey. And that resilience, that community is the thing that is the reason why all of us wake up every day at Halcyon. It's the reason why so many of you in the audience have supported our founders over the years. And as we talk about really big, heady topics today, I want you all to take the opportunity to connect during the breaks with our founders, because that is the thing that will persist and last, and actually the thing that will push us to make the change that we want to see. So today you're going to hear a lot of those incredible stories. You're going to hear about some of the past of Halcyon as well as the future and where we're going. Our founders will be joined by an incredible list of speakers who've come to us, and we'll talk about the areas we're going to make deep dives: climate, health, and equity tech. And we'll talk about some of the opportunities that our broader ecosystem sees, how we leverage AI to make social impact, and some of the challenges. And we've seen lots of challenges to the work that we do in supporting underserved founders, and we'll talk about how we push forward and continue to do that work, and even in a challenging environment. So I hope that you all will join us in that conversation. We're incredibly grateful to have been supported by an amazing group of supporters: Deloitte, Liana and Mark Katz, AWS, Arnold and Porter, Capital One, Baker Botts, the DFC, Truist, Kaiser Permanente, Bank of America, Martha and Adam Metz, Karen Smith, Howard and Ellen Eisenberg, Elizabeth Dugal, and of course, we have to thank Georgetown and the McDonough School for allowing us to access this incredible space. Before I pass it on to our wonderful MCs, I want to share a video with you all that really covers where we've been as Halcyon and where we're going.
So I met Dr. Kuno in 2012, and she had decided that she wanted to leverage a really generous amount of her assets, namely Halcyon House, in order to create space for young innovators from all over the globe.
I was looking for what I can do for society. What I thought first is how to utilize the Halcyon House itself by sharing time and space there and to inspire the people.
Halcyon's first 10 years are really defined by our innovation, our ability to grow with our fellows, and our nimbleness, our ability to change with the times. A lot has changed over the last 10 years, and so have we.
At the beginning of 2023, we decided to go in a new direction of climate, health, and equity tech.
It's allowed us to really think about what our theory of change is. How are we hoping to make an impact on the broader world through these three areas, being able to grow and scale with our founders? We are rebuilding an entire ecosystem that is focused on the kinds of entrepreneurs that we support, those that are starting from the perspective that business should have a net positive impact on our environment and on our society.
We create a space where people can come and have community, not necessarily feel like they're doing something that's crazy, right? Because a lot of people think building an impact-driven venture is really crazy.
We are so often bombarded with all of the problems of the world. And what Halcyon Fellows are able to do is really see beyond that, see a future that many folks can envision, one that isn't focused on the problems, but really focused on the solutions.
My definition of a Halcyon Fellow is a person who can believe in the individual to create a better world.
Part of the brilliance of Dr. Kuna's vision in deploying a historic house was her belief that by having an inspirational space, people will come. That's really the secret to Halcyon, is all of the people. They are the core of what we do.
I think the future for us is really defining what these new models look like. How do we define a new way to build business and really position ourselves to grow with our entrepreneurs? Our ability to grow with them, help them to continue to scale and work with a network of over 500 entrepreneurs is really what my vision is for the organization. And so I'm really excited to welcome two of our biggest culture carriers to talk about community. Mariah Barber and Oscar Pedrosa are definitely wonderful members of our community who are going to guide us through today. So Mariah and Oscar, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dan. It's incredible to be here today and to see all of you all's beautiful faces. And we're doing what Halcyon does best, bring all these change makers together and reimagining what's possible in the world. My name is Mariah Barber, and I'm founder and CEO of Invisible Strengths. We're an HR tech platform that helps people with disabilities find inclusive work environments. And at Invisible Strengths, we focus on public health and equity, and really centering, making sure the workforce is inclusive and accessible. And I'm a proud alumni of Halcyon's 2022 Opportunity Intensive. Shout out to my cohort. I'm so happy to welcome you all here today and just kick things off.
And I'm Oscar Pedroso, founder of Thimble.io, an online platform that teaches students technology skills such as engineering, computer science, cybersecurity. Our mission is to inspire the next generation of innovators through hands-on learning to make sure that no one is left out of the future of work. I had the privilege of being part of Halcyon's cohort 11 residential program. Shout out to my cohort.
Thank you so much, Oscar. And I'm beyond excited for today's summit, as I know all of you are. And we're going to hear from some brilliant minds that are addressing some of the most pressing challenges we see for our time, from equity in tech to sustainable solutions. And these conversations are really going to push our way forward to just the next iteration of innovation. Now, let's dive in, but make sure that you check out the QR code that is on the back of your badges and on the screen, so that you can see the full schedule and see the bios from all the incredible speakers you'll hear from. We've got an amazing lineup, and they're going to inspire us today.
Thanks, Mariah. We've got a really special way to start the Innovation Summit by taking a moment to recognize the two people who have made all of this possible, Dr. Sachiko Kuno and Kate Goodall. Without their vision and leadership, none of us would be here celebrating this huge milestone for Halcyon today. I remember when I first met them, I moved to Georgetown to join cohort 11 of the incubator. Funny story. I was actually waitlisted at first. How dare they? Given the demand for spots, I wasn't sure it was going to happen, but I then got a call later with the news. Mike Malloy will never forget that phone call. They found a spot for me, and the rest is history. But thanks to Dr. Kuno and Kate, Halcyon didn't give me that only opportunity. They also invested in my company twice through the Halcyon Fund, and now I get to pay it forward. Their idea of creating a space where people like us could thrive has completely shaped Halcyon, and we're all so grateful for what they've built. Without further ado.
Good morning. I'm Alex Orfinger. I'm the publisher of the Washington Business Journal, and it's a real privilege for me to be here today with Dr. Kuno and Kate Goodall. Dr. Kuno, Kate, your contributions have transformed thousands of lives and have set a new standard for what it means to support impact-driven entrepreneurs. So let's be together and reflect a little bit on some of the key moments and future aspirations that have shaped your journey. Dr. Kuno.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, and congratulations on the 10th anniversary. And it is amazing to be here and to look back 10 years. So I came to the United States and almost 28 years ago, and to establish biotech company in Bethesda, Maryland. So we started from two of us and in the small condo and in Bethesda. So that's an amazing journey for me, and being as a female CEO, founding female CEO, to create a company and to do the development of the clinical trials and to get approval for the pharmaceutical. So I think that's the 2020. And when I had a chance to step down from the everyday business, I was thinking, what would be my role for the future and the next 10 years or so. So I came down to Georgetown looking for some place, and so that I could start something. So Halcyon came to me as a house. So that house itself inspired me. So that around those days, I was feeling that why I am very much inspired or intuited by sharing time and space with other people, and especially in the unusual place. So Halcyon should be something like that, I saw. So I started to think about how to use, and I met Kate next year. So I think Kate came to me and with a great idea and to create incubator for the social entrepreneur. So that is the moment we started to think about the Halcyon.
And that was that was an extraordinary moment when you were, as a successful entrepreneur, you decided to start this.
Yeah, I think that's in addition to that, I really would like to return what I have experienced here, and so that for the next generation people. So that's why I'm thinking more for thinking to create some new momentum, and that could be differentiated from others, but that would be the great impact to the DC area or United States or even more in the world.
So when you look back 10 years ago and you think, and you dream about what it would have been 10 years forward?
Oh, that is much more than we thought, because when we started and from two of us, so I think that is, yeah, we thought that would be the great an idea, and that could be the creating something. But what I'm seeing now, that 10 years later, that's much more than I saw. So that's great. And so that is thanks to Kate and her team, and everyone who has been involved, and the pro bono service company, and many people, and Dan is one of those. And so I think that everyone can be involved and contributed to create this wonderful momentum for the Halcyon.
Yeah. So, so Kate, let's now turn to you a little bit, and maybe when you joined Halcyon, tell us a little bit about what your initial expectations were at that moment 10 years ago.
I didn't necessarily have any expectations. When you meet Dr. Kuno, all the expectations go out the window. But I think what my pleasure and privilege has been is working with Dr. Kuno and the whole Halcyon team, and the much broader community without whom this could not be possible at all. Because Halcyon is a house, but it's really like a family, right? It's all the people who make it go, and that has been so rewarding. It has also been amazing to work with Dr. Kuno, because as co-founders, we both pitched in, but she already had built a business. So she had the benefit of understanding all of the cycles and ups and downs. And when we started, there would often be times where I would say, but Dr. Kuno, everyone else is doing that. And she'd say, yeah, no, that's why we should be doing the other thing, right? Or I'd be banging my head against a closed door constantly going, but this is the way we go. And she'd say, look, there's an open window right over there if you just look. So it was this great symbiosis of someone, young and dumb, full of energy, and someone much wiser. But it was also, I think what's been so rewarding and wonderful about it is, does everyone here knows what ESG is, right? You've all heard the term? Yep. When we started in 2014, that word didn't exist in our lexicon. And
it's not a word, it's 3 letters. Okay.
That abbreviation did not exist. And so we would often be in rooms, the two of us, saying, but business can do good. And people would sort of pat us on the back and go, aren't you sweet? So we got used to just weathering that together, I think. And then you had 2018, 2017, the Exxon shareholder revolt. And then you had 2019. Now the Business Roundtable is saying businesses should do more for their stakeholders than just their shareholders. And it's come along. It's caught up with Dr. Kuno's vision. And that has been amazing. And that tells me that, we only have further to go, right? Because ESG is I think, challenged by its use by lawyers and corporations as a compliance and risk checklist rather than a positive impact screen like we all talk about when we think about impact-driven business. I'm rambling now.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you. So Dr. Kuno, when you look back in the 10 years, and tell us, like, when you look back on what was the most challenging moment you had as you were thinking forward to this?
Yeah, I think that it is challenging and also very much an opportunity. And we have seen, because we started the Halcyon as a part of the S&R Foundation. That's my private foundation. So that first 3 years that is done and under the S&R Foundation as the new project. And so because we are not so sure whether the Halcyon, the incubator program would be growing and great. But I think eventually what we saw the first 3 years, I think in the Halcyon incubator itself is growing by itself. So I thought, yeah, that is the potential and Halcyon has is much bigger than I thought, and that is much bigger than I could manage under my a small private foundation. So I think that we are starting thinking to spin off the Halcyon Incubator as a public foundation so that they could use that potential to be growing as it has. So that is a very important moment for me and to see the strategy or some plan and to seek more and more and potential it has. That might be the over what I can do. But I think that is great momentum for me and Kate and I rely on Kate, and so who's going to be the first CEO for the spin-off. That's good.
So Kate, you mentioned hitting your head against the door a few times. So can you take us back, like what was when you think about your most challenging moment as the founding CEO of this group, what was it and how did you work your way through that?
There are lots of challenging moments, right? This is something that it was wonderful to be leading an incubator full of entrepreneurs as someone trying to start something myself, because we really understood each other. One of the hardest things, I'll be honest, is, entrepreneurs by their nature are rule breakers, right? They see things that don't work and they say that should be different. And despite everyone saying you're wrong, they keep going. And if they're successful, they manage to convince a bunch of other people that they're right? That's what it is, raising money, building your team. It's convincing them to see your vision that may be completely different to the way the world currently operates. So they're all rule breakers. And we're trying to have them in a house and set rules for them being in a house. and I'm supposed to oversee that as a rule breaker myself. So that was an adjustment.
That's great. So when we were standing before we came on the stage, both of you were commenting about this ripple effect that you've had, around the region, around the country, around the world. Can you just reflect on that a little bit and the impact that this organization has had, what it has meant to you personally, and the impact that you think it has had on these individuals and on industry just generally?
I can go, but then you should definitely.
So the short answer is, I think that impact came to me individually and personally, and also I think that is spreading to the Washington, D.C. area first, and then I think more nationwide, and now there's seeking that more worldwide impact and through the Halcyon House and Halcyon House ecosystem and ethos. But always what I wanted to see is human-centered. So I think sometimes the venture or I think that new startups and I think that more product-centered or idea-centered, but what I thought, and from the beginning, and ecosystem Halcyon could have and create is human-centered, because I know from my experience and here and how difficult for the startup companies founders and trying to be growing, and so that is very lonely sometimes, and so that is I always thought and Halcyon should be human-centered.
I would underscore that as my answer. I think the thing that perhaps everyone should understand about Dr. Kuno, despite gaining wisdom over her years, she's still managed to stay completely open-hearted, which I think is a magic trick that not a lot of people have. But I also was encouraged by her to always focus on the companies and entrepreneurs that were coming to us, and to not design something that was top down, right? Because all around us, our whole world is built that way, right? It's ivory towers saying, this is what you must solve. This is how you must solve it. Instead, the mandate was build around the individuals, make space, make a vessel, give them everything they need and trust them to answer it, to build. This is now something I think in the 21st century we're getting around to, to find people who are proximate to the problem and support them and believe them and trust them. But this is how Dr. Kuno wanted to operate this thing way before that was sort of a conventional idea. And I think that is the magic of Halcyon. And I think that's what we love and are so rewarded to see now is these amazing founders getting what they need individually from the Halcyon community and then flourishing. And that will always be our joy. I don't think either of us ever wanted to build an institution or a place that was only known for the two of us. It was always Halcyon front and center. And we wanted it to outlast as long as it was useful. And it's been such a pleasure to see.
Yeah, so what was, tell me a little bit more about that though. What was the disconnect? You didn't want to be top down. And what most surprised you that a founder needed that you didn't expect that they needed at that time?
I think, we ended up building the most holistic incubator out there, right? There was, you remember 2014, 1776. Oh, sorry, didn't mix names. But
there were other incubators.
Work and things like that, right? Like just places where there were desks and a lot of, competition. And we created something that really started with the entrepreneurs themselves, listened to the entrepreneurs and what they needed, built community so that, people could come and feel genuinely supported no matter where they came from, even if they didn't have, kitchen tables that they sat around as kids learning about the financial system from their parents, right? And they didn't have, someone who could help them if they failed. And so building something that gave them that, which included leadership coaches, right? Not every incubator program has leadership coaches. You know what they do? They're amazing. They help you unite that inner voice where you're like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm so afraid, with the external person that you have to show up as every day, saying, I got this. This is cake. Come along, and the leadership coach will help you become a more authentic version of that person, which is then a more effective entrepreneur and leader. There's thousands of resources. That's just one, but it was a complete and holistic, individual focused approach.
So you've known many, many founders over the years, over these 10 years. If you could distill for us now, like what is some of the advice that you would give to somebody that wanted to follow that route? Like, distill it down to us in like, these are the 5 or 6 things.
I'm going to turn to the person with the $1 billion exit.
I think even now I think entrepreneurship or being the founder of the startup company is most exciting job in the world. I think, and for me, that is so exciting always. It's not so easy to do from the scratch to the end of the project. So that for me and the pharmaceutical business, it took 10 years, 15 years from the discovery day to the launch of the product. So that's, I think it is long way to go, but I think still that is amazing job for me to be starting something new. And I think that is, I like to use, I think that we should be having the 2 roles, and visionary leader and excellent manager as well. So I think if you are the visionary leader, I think that you might be there at the same time excellent manager, or you can find someone else and who can do the excellent management. Yeah. So I think that combination is very important. And also I'd like to encourage you to be tolerable and to be alone, because I think that sometimes you need to be alone and to think about very difficult issues, because it is not so easy to get the solution for the very difficult and global issues. So I think that you need to have time and space, and that should be safe and to get you a vision. So I think many people said that the moment is aha moment. So after the struggling to see something new, so that probably most likely in the morning, 3 a.m., you get some aha moment. So I think that is a very important thing. You should be brave enough and to think about something new.
Wow. So that alone time thinking is it's amazing. Yes, Kate, what do you have to add to that?
Gosh, I think that we've to your point, Alex, we've seen so many people come through, and when you're building something scalable, it is very obvious. You can Google all the advice you need about, how to make sure that you're measuring your KPIs correctly and pushing yourself to hit your goals every quarter, and ensuring you understand your customer up and down and sideways. And all of that is just, you don't even have to go to business school anymore, right? It's on YouTube. I think the thing that people sometimes miss that can really help them exponentially is the softer stuff that, when you're rushing to hit all the KPIs, you just don't have time for. And it is the culture that you're building, and it is the story that you're telling, right? If you think about the things that truly outlast, it's stories, myths, religions, right? What do they base around? They base around these compelling universal themes, and they base around rituals, and they base around values. And so if you're building a company that is really going to be something special, focusing on those things at the appropriate moments with the appropriate people will build you something really amazing.
So I want you to imagine that we're here 10 years together. 10 years from now, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary. I hope you invite me back to do the same interview, but probably not. Dr. Kuno, take me there, and looking back in your rearview mirror, what do you hope that we're talking about
20
now?
years? Yeah.
10 years from now.
10 years from now. So I not want to make things smaller. So I like to rely on the new the management team and everyone here and new fellows. But I think you could say that, and I'm hoping to see it everywhere in the world, and Halcyon alumni people, or I think in many countries, and they can share what Halcyon I think concept or ecosystem or ethos and Halcyon has, so that we can get together and to think about how to make the world better.
Okay, 10 years from now. Okay, 10 years from now.
I actually stepped down and handed it off to the team that I think can do this for the next 10 years. And I think Dr. Kuno and I and all of the board have immense faith in Halcyon's current team to define the next 10 years. And I would not be true to everything I've said on this panel if I didn't believe that.
Dr. Kuno, Kate, thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you've done for Halcyon for these last 10 years. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Please welcome Patrice King-Brickman, CEO of Inspire Access and Halcyon founding board member.
Good morning. I can't describe what a privilege it is to be here this morning, to honor two individuals who are some of the biggest inspirations in my life. I have been, Dr. Kuno and Kate, I've been on the Halcyon board for almost a decade, and I share it's the first board that I've been on for this long that I won't be running off of. I'm not quite ready to step away from, because it's been such an incredible ride. As you all know, Sachiko and Kate started with a dream, really a belief that when entrepreneurs are given the space and the support, that our most incredible ideas and businesses come to fruition. They took that belief and then spent the next 10 years tirelessly building what we experience today. And I use the word tirelessly because I was on the board for 2 years when I still thought they lived there. I thought Kate and Sachiko lived at the house. Like, you're a second grader and you think your teachers must live at school because they're there when you get there and they're there when you leave. It's like they must live here. And I genuinely thought they lived in the house. Fast forward, here we are 10 years later, and their dream has become much more than a social entrepreneurship incubator. It has touched thousands of lives and expanded far beyond our region and our country. Today, I have the privilege of presenting them with a plaque that will represent their legacy for forever. We, of course, didn't ask their permission to do this. If we had, Sachiko would have said politely, "Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you." And Kate would have said, "Oh, really, Patrice, that's absurd." So we didn't ask them. But here's the thing, you two. Without this, I'm trying to read this without my glasses. None of this would have been possible without you dreaming your dream, your profound courage to take risks, without your deep belief in every fellow that has walked through Halcyon's door. So the plaque, which is going to come up on the screen behind me, will hang in Halcyon. And while it's stunning, your real legacy lies in each fellow, the ones in the room today and the generations of fellows to come. So I'd love for you to join me on stage, Kate and Dr. Kuno. Where? There you are. Oh yeah, we'll get a picture. Well, hold on. Yeah, sorry, picture first. So on behalf of the entire Halcyon community and from the very bottom of our hearts, thank you for all that you've done and all that is yet to come.
Thank you so much to Kate and Dr. Kuno and Alex for that amazing conversation. Oscar, can I refer to you as Grand Fellows since you went through the Halcyon program so much earlier than me?
I just met Mariah this morning for the first time, and she's already calling me old. We all know there's gray hair under that hat of yours.
You know, as founders, we wear so many hats. We're the marketing team, we're the sales team. And so we don't need to worry what's under there. But I'm proud to be a part of this Halcyon community and just hearing about the origins of how everything first started. And I'm so inspired. And I want to introduce the next panel and their role on development of finance and supporting innovation. Many Halcyon Fellows are actively working on global issues that touch on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Maybe you all have heard of it. And so this panel is going to give us a peek into the whole world of multilateral cooperation and building solutions that make the world a better place for everyone in this room and all of the reach beyond that. Let's clap on the next panel.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? That's wonderful. My name is Anna Thompson-Quay, and I work with the World Bank, lead on partnerships and engagement. Very, very pleased to have you all here as part of this session on looking at innovative solutions that you're all working on and how development finance can support that in tackling the SDGs. So let me ask my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves. Dia? Yes, thank you, Anna. Good morning. My name is Dia Martin. I'm a managing director in the Office of Catalytic Investments at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I'm Sashi Jaitilaka. I'm a senior climate finance advisor at USAID.
Great. So we'll get right down to it. The World Bank actually is one of the leading development agencies that actually started supporting social entrepreneurs in low-income countries and fragile and conflict states, looking at ways to focus on more inclusive economic growth. And so we're really pleased to be a part of this discussion. And Dia, let me turn to you in terms of some of the work at DFC and how you see the need for risk mitigation whilst providing funding for early stage companies. What are some of the significant hurdles you see in terms of increasing and accessing to traditional finance?
Thank you for the question. And I would say that funding early stage companies and supporting funds that also support early stage companies is essential to DFC's mission and mandate. Let me take a minute to talk about DFC and what we do. As the US government's development finance institution, we deploy capital across the world's emerging markets to address developmental challenges, as well as to advance the US government's foreign policy interest. We have a very large portfolio that's over 40 billion. In the past fiscal year alone, we committed 9.3 billion in capital across 130 million plus transactions. We have a full toolkit of support for our clients. This includes debt financing, which is the bulk of what we do, political risk insurance. We're one of the few organizations, along with the World Bank's MEGA group, that provides political risk insurance, equity financing direct to companies and to funds, as well as much needed technical assistance, which I'm really excited that we partner on with our colleagues at USAID. At DFC, we are structured to take strategic risk to support innovative and impactful solutions to developmental challenges. What does that mean? We have the Office of Catalytic Investments that was created to strategically look at how we can support and take risk for all types of companies, but specifically within the Office of Catalytic Investments, we manage our Portfolio for Impact and Innovation program. This program was set up specifically to address the needs of those early stage founders that have developed an idea or at the point where they want to scale this business proposal or this business opportunity. And we often come in as the first institutional investor. In this program, we've provided approximately 600 million in funding to 90 plus companies. I'll end by highlighting two of the companies that I'm extremely excited about. The first one is Ampersand, one of the first e-mobility companies in East Africa. We supported their expansion in Rwanda, as well as in Kenya. And we were able to work collaboratively with USAID's DIV program, which was very exciting. The second is Kasha. This is a high growth, women-led, women-founded business that supports personal and healthcare products for women across East Africa. This is another example of a really exciting opportunity where we could support an early stage business with a small equity investment and help them scale and grow to be a very successful, sustainable business that is also extremely impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dia. And you touched a little bit on a question I was wondering about, which is the types of partnerships that you're involved in with other stakeholders. And so you alluded to some of your work with USAID. Could you please expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. We love to work in partnership and collaboration. One, it's very efficient. You're also able to use your different tools and products in a complementary fashion, as well as reach out to clients and markets that we may not be able to reach out to on our own. So a number of our partnerships have been with US government counterpart agencies, as well as other DFIs and the private sector. A couple examples of where we've worked really well with USAID is with a partnership through our team that provides loan portfolio guarantees. We've worked together to support a bank in Malawi. They've provided technical assistance focused on certain areas such as agriculture, SME, et cetera. We've provided the loan portfolio guarantee to enable lending to those clients. Through this program, we've deployed about 3 million to SMEs, supporting a number of first-time business owners as well as first-time borrowers, and about 30% of the clients are women. I would say another exciting example where we've worked with USAID is in a lot of the collaboratory work that we look at together pre-investment. So oftentimes we'll talk with them or partner with them where they would provide technical assistance, where we would provide financing. A great example is our MOMS initiative. This is Maternal Outcomes Matter. We partnered with USAID, Credit Suisse, a private investor, as well as Merck for Mothers to support maternal health care in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as in India. We also partner with MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation. We're working with them on an African Catalyst facility where we can come in and provide investment as they look at more government-wide support in country. We've partnered with other DFIs on a regular basis, often supporting funds together. One quick example is AfriInvest, a fund focused on sub-Saharan Africa, where we're supporting SMEs across diversified sectors. And then lastly, private sector partnership. We've partnered with Shell Foundation for e-mobility across East Africa, as well as others in the development space. I'll pause there.
Well, that I actually appreciated you elaborating on those because it actually shows the diversity of partnerships that you have, not just with US government agencies, but also with the private sector and also philanthropic partners that are key stakeholders. And so that's very helpful for us to get a bit of a flavor about how you're working. And maybe Sashi, if I could perhaps turn to you on the USAID side, as you're looking at mobilizing private sector financing for climate-related projects, what are you seeing as some of the challenges around that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. As you know, so USAID is principally a foreign assistance agency, which means that our job is essentially to be in the field in over 80 missions around the world and really support host country governments with achieving their SDGs and their climate-related goals. This means working from across Latin America and small island states to Africa to Asia, tackling a complex set of issues. We like to work with the DFC, as Dia mentioned, in order to make it a little easier for them to enter those markets. Why? Because private financing in these markets are complicated. There's a lot of information asymmetry in regards to both the data available for the financial sector, but when then you tackle climate, nature-based solutions, it's really complex and the data isn't current. So for a DFC to make a decision on a financial model that's based on data that could be, you know, a few years old, they need a little bit of support getting to that bankability. And so our job oftentimes when it comes to mobilizing private finance is on the earlier stage, pulling actors together, both from civil society, sometimes from the public sector, to address some of these issues of both data, the policy landscape often is complicated, and then try to find a convening in which we're able to align on objectives. And the objectives could be, in the case that, you know, Dia mentioned with moms of maternal child health, a lot of what I've been doing lately is focused around reduction of greenhouse gases, or how can we test out new nature-based solutions for adaptation. And once we align on those larger objectives, then we would proceed in looking at, could our funding actually help structure something that then allows the DFC to come in with a guarantee, with investment, with loans, and then collaboratively work together. We also do find that working with civil society and our partners on the ground that have been working on food security or adaptation allows us insight into current and challenging issues that could be addressed quickly with our existing bilateral programs. And so we often work in concert with our 80 missions to address some of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Sashi, for that, and also for highlighting some of the engagements you have with civil society partners at country level. And it seems as though you then have your USAID mission and development partners tackle any of the challenges that the CSO partners may sort of race as you think about financing? And that's just speaking to a little bit of the how, but I would be more curious if you could expand,
Sure.
how you really doing this.
Yeah. So one of the biggest barriers is the cost of capital, right? So all of what I outlined leads to essentially private investment unwilling to invest because the cost of that capital is far higher than what they are able to bring to their investors. And so for us to reduce that cost of capital, we look at what are elements that could be grant funded, could be supported by due diligence through legal analysis. And we source those decisions through a competitive procurement, oftentimes based on KPIs that are transparent and available for everyone. So one example could be in accelerating the energy transition. Our colleagues in State Department really looked at how can we bring more capital to countries that are trying to accelerate out of coal into renewable energy. And so we put out a call for proposals 2 years ago, and we were very clear about what success for us looked like. But we did this also with the Danish government in order to show that this was not just about grant funding the initial start of a fund, but also the Danish government would be then bringing in their first loss capacity. Through a proposal process of about 40 investment vehicles, we together judged the most competitive bid based on the KPIs again. And then our colleagues in Denmark look through the financial models. And that's a similar model to how we have worked with DFC in Mexico. We worked on a project on on nature-based solutions and forests. For that one, our job was really to bring everyone around the table, identify the issues, and then find investors that were willing to perhaps adjust their return in order to reach a deeper population in the forests of Mexico. And then, we were able to partner with the DFC for a guarantee. I'll give one more example in Brazil, where we spent 2 years working and understanding in the Amazon if there was potential to invest in enterprises working on bioeconomy and nature-based solutions. And after 2 years of collaboratively working with civil society and the government, we were able to find that there was an investment fund that was willing to come in with a large guarantee. And so essentially USAID provided the cost of that huge subsidy that then the DFC was able to provide a 50% guarantee. But today, what's exciting after 3 years is that now there's a lot of investment funds looking at this market, but it wouldn't have happened if we hadn't partnered together and subsidized that initial entry.
Thank you so much, Sashi, and I appreciate you sort of expanding quite a bit, particularly even the last example in the Amazon, and how these investments then provide an ability to crowd in the private sector partners or other investors within the space. I also appreciated the fact that you're both also, well, the agencies are working also with local organizations and soliciting feedback and input. And so it's quite inclusive in terms of your approach to tackling social innovations around SDGs. And we are really at a pivotal moment. I think all of you realize that we are going through a poly crisis, particularly in low income countries. And so it's really quite important that we are working in a very sort of inclusive manner, but also looking at how do we engage social innovations, how do we support social entrepreneurs in a number of these countries with development finance and the impact that development finance can have in collaboration with a lot of local partners. So thank you so much, Sashi and Dia, for our conversation today.
Now, let's shift gears to a discussion that gets right to the heart of one of today's most pressing issues, equity and inclusion in the tech space. At Halcyon, we believe that technology has the power to be a great equalizer, and our EquityTech vertical is all about harnessing that power. From fintech to assistive tech and beyond, EquityTech empowers entrepreneurs to create solutions that address the wealth gap, education inequality, and barriers to accessibility, problems that affect millions globally. Later this month, Halcyon will welcome its first ever EquityTech cohort, a group of bold and brilliant innovators using tech to bridge these divides. Today's panel will focus on one of the biggest challenges we face, closing the wealth gap.
Good morning, everyone. So good to see you all. Loving the energy in the building. And I couldn't be happier to be here to discuss a topic that's so near and dear to my own heart as the daughter of two parents who, made the tough decision to start their own businesses, and just watching them go through all the ups and downs and twists and turns of that. Hi, everyone. My name is Karun Patel. I'm a board member of Halcyon and also the head of community impact and investing at Capital One. We have been really deeply committed to thinking about ways to help to enable the small business and startup ecosystem, not only through capital, but also thinking about ways that our own employees can contribute their talents and their skill sets and their networks to helping that to grow. What was really interesting is we've been studying the small business ecosystem, specifically in Richmond, Virginia. And in a recent report, we found that Black and Hispanic small business owners got access to half the capital that their non-Black and Hispanic counterparts were able to get access to, all other things being equal, business revenue size, et cetera. So there's something here that I think we really have to dig into and try to understand. And so in today's panel, we really wanted to talk about ways that, investors, leaders can collaborate together to leverage our resources and our expertise to really help to close that equity gap and create a more just economy. It's hard to believe that it was only in 1974 that the Equal Credit Opportunity Act opened the door for everyone of every demographic in this country to be able to get access to credit and to tap into some of those private markets. And so 50 years later, here we are, we're still talking about this. And I think it's a great moment for us to think about how we accelerate towards that goal. I'm really thrilled to be joined by our esteemed panel. I'll let you all introduce yourselves. Navi, do you want to start?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Karun. And I think if I go down memory lane a little bit, Karun and I have known each other for close to 10 years now. I think we met in the halls of a different institution you're working at. I'm not going to mention. So it's good to see you. But how's everyone doing today? Well, look, I grew up in a Black church. So when I say how's everyone doing today, I got to get the energy, else we just pack our bags and leave. So how's everyone doing today? There we go. There we go. Now we're up. It's such a delight to be here today. I think Halcyon is doing a terrific work, particularly in this place. But every time myself and Samir have the opportunity to sort of introduce ourselves, it's bigger than what we do at ASU. So it's always about, the why behind the mission and the vision. And I think, particularly for me, I grew up in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria, lost my dad at the age of 2, and I was raised by my mom and 2 very spirited sisters. And one thing my mom always believed in was just the power of education. She afforded my school fees to one of the finest high schools in Nigeria, and that's what led me to this sort of magical place called the United States of America. I came from 80-degree weather in Lagos to negative 22 degrees in Minnesota, which is a character building experience. And when I tell my New York and LA friends I like to go deer hunt and ice fish, they look at me crazy. But during that transition from Nigeria to America, something important happened. My mother and I did not have a credit score. We walked into one of the biggest financial institutions to borrow money, and we're turned away and had to go borrow money at over 400% interest rate from a predatory lender. My mother sold my dad's wedding ring. We borrowed money from church members, and that's how we got started in this great country. So really inspired by that experience and Samir's story, which you'll hear shortly, we started Isuzu on 3 core premises. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin, and particularly your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen. So as we think about equity, what we always think about is how do we create proximity to important solutions and give folks like us that have always been outside the box to create opportunities and economic solutions? Because when we do that, we believe the rising tide will lift all boats. So with that, I'll pass it over to Samir to introduce himself.
Thanks a lot, Wamimo and Karon. Great to be on this panel with you. Good morning, everyone. Good to see so many people here and be a part of this wonderful event alongside such a great group of panelists. By way of introduction, like Wamimo, the story with Isuzu starts from my own family's journey immigrating to the United States of America from New Delhi, India. And like many immigrant families, we had one goal, and that was get to America. And you know what? Everything's going to be okay. And unfortunately, as some of you may know, it doesn't quite work like that. And so, you know, when we arrived in this country, we were met with a rather rude awakening. My father was mugged on his first day here. We didn't have a place for shelter. The cheapest food available was a McDonald's hamburger, but we're vegetarian, so we couldn't even eat that. And, you know, those early experiences really set the tone for a lot of my childhood, where I watched my parents work miracles without a credit score and with limited financial resources, but still do everything they could possibly do to try to create that proverbial American dream for us. And the thought that I was left with was it shouldn't be so easy, so hard for people putting their best foot forward every day to have a fighting chance. And so inspired by that, and Wamimo's story, which you just heard, we founded Isuzu on those core premises that no matter where you come from, the color of your skin or your financial identity, it should never determine where you end up in life. And we start out with a very simple premise, which is the credit system today treats you like you're guilty until proven innocent, right? So it's like, hey, if I don't know anything about you, I'm just going to assume you're a bad credit risk. But why do we do that, right? And Wamimo and I saw an opportunity to build a credit system mired in our kind of thesis of justice capitalism, really turning that script on its head and giving people a fighting chance by using rental payment data as a proxy for people to build and establish their credit scores the same way that people do when they pay their mortgage today. And so that's a little bit about me and what we do here at Isuzu. I'll pass it over to Precious to introduce herself.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here with you all as well. My name is Precious Price. I am based out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am the co-founder and CMO of Gather ADU. Speaking about the American dream a bit, right? When we think about the American dream, homeownership is really a pinnacle of that, at least when we think about it here in America. But unfortunately, those pieces around access, around know-how, around even access to capital for homeownership, there's some blockages there specifically for those communities that are disadvantaged, let's say. So that is one of the primary reasons that I started Gather ADU alongside my co-founder, Argy Abatisian. So what we do and how we came about. I went through the process of purchasing my first property in Atlanta, Georgia, about 5 years ago. And I realized just how much space was in my backyard that was not being used. Yet we are quite literally in the middle of a global housing epidemic, right? We can all agree on that, correct? Correct. And it just really made no sense. The hoops, the difficulty, the roadblocks that I experienced, not just with access to information in terms of how do I do something like this? I want to create housing in my community, right? It's not just a selfish, I just want rental income. No, I really want to add to the housing stock during a time period where so many urban communities desperately need it. And there were just so many roadblocks that I encountered. I ended up documenting that process. So many other homeowners tuned in. And that's when I realized it wasn't just an Atlanta issue. It's not just an LA issue. It's not just a New York City issue. This idea of homelessness, and even furthermore, just like this the lack of stock on the market is an issue that so many cities are facing and so many homeowners are trying to get past. So what we do, we have a tech-enabled platform that really streamlines the process of getting to the point of building what's called an accessory dwelling unit. You can think of this like a backyard tiny house, a garage apartment, or really just utilizing the underutilized space that many homeowners have, and even furthermore, that they actually so desperately need as well to help offset their housing costs so that they aren't drowning in their own mortgages. So it's been some really great work that we've been able to do thus far, and I'm actually really excited to dive into this conversation.
I mean, I'm so thrilled to be talking to, three founders who are not only out in the world trying to figure out how to raise capital to achieve the missions that you so desperately want to serve, but the missions that you serve are really also trying to create economic equity for others, right? Abby and Samir, I just have to say, I remember that I was so incredibly proud when I saw the news come across my screen that Isuzu had reached $1 billion valuation. This is now a while ago, but you were certainly occupying rare air, and you were doing it because of this like deep interest in finding ways to use alternate data to help folks to make a foothold. You talked about just the pivotal role that credit plays in the American society and how difficult it is to even get on that ladder. Samir, can you talk a little bit more about how Isuzu is using technology and in this moment where technology is so prevalent to help to bridge that gap for marginalized communities in the country?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Karon, and I appreciate the kind words, but it takes a village and people like yourself who have been on this journey with us for a long time and supported us for day zero. So thank you for that. In terms of what we do here at Isuzu, I alluded to credit a little bit, but taking a step back, we actually started Isuzu in a very different place. We wanted to be a savings business. We wanted to help people save more money, thinking that we could help people save their way to prosperity. And what we heard from everyday folks was, we all know we need to save money. We're all trying to save money. That is not lost on anyone. Two problems. Problem number one is we're not getting paid enough money to save. And Wamimo and I could not solve wage growth in America today. But the second problem that people kept bringing up is we have nowhere to go when there's a financial emergency. What do we do when my shift gets cut? When my kid has a health emergency? When I have to buy school supplies for back to school? And I have nowhere to go except for predatory lending products. And we thought, hey, now that's a problem we can do something about. Because today in America, there's about 45 million people who are credit invisible, close to 100 million who are what you would call thin file or subprime. And that serves as a major detriment for those folks to access not just financial products, but apartments and housing, jobs, education, transportation, every single building block of American life. And so we reoriented our view to really focus on how do we help people first build their financial identity, then move towards financial stability, and then ultimately create wealth. At Isuzu, our vision is to unleash the power of data to bridge the racial wealth gap. We're unapologetic about that, but step one is helping people build and establish credit. And so to answer your question, we realized that we would partner with landlords, and we pioneered this unique system to capture rental data, transform it into Metro 2, and report it into all three credit bureaus so that rental data could become a credit asset. Because to be a homeowner, you need two things. You need savings for a down payment, and you need good credit. So by default, if we focus on renters, we can bridge this credit gap in America, which is step one to bridging the racial wealth gap. And then we built on that with this one-stop shop for renter financial health. So it's not just rent reporting. We do financial health through financial literacy, financial coaching through partnering with Operation Hope, John Hope Bryant's organization. We launched the nation's first 0% interest eviction prevention loan fund. So when a renter falls behind on rent, we can pair them with a 0% interest loan paid to their landlord. Right now, we solve homelessness backwards. We do everything we can when someone's already on the street, but we can do so much more by just keeping someone in their home in the first place. And so that's real. Thank you so much. And that's really the foundation of what we strive to build here at Isuzu. And to your point on, valuation and capital, our fundamental belief has always been that doing well and doing good isn't mutually exclusive, but our business and our impact has to be inextricably tied. When Isuzu grows, that needs to be in the best interest of the everyday person in America. And that's the only way that we can truly achieve what we call justice capitalism. And so that's how we structured the company.
Sounds so easy. Snap of a finger, right? Can you just touch a little bit on some of the challenges that you saw while you were trying to scale? And then Wimimo, I'd love for you to talk about the process of raising capital and getting investors on board with this wild idea that there was commercial opportunity in trying to serve the needs of the underserved communities and trying to get folks into the financial ecosystem in a way that was accretive to sort of like future, financial wealth growth. So do you want to start, Samir, by just talking about some of the challenges in scaling?
Sure, I'll keep this brief so that my better half can jump into the fora here. But the better question is almost like, what challenges didn't we face in growing this company? I mean, there have been so many sleepless nights, but I'll pick a few to start. I think the first challenge that we ran into was just everyone knew that alternative data was a good idea, but nobody wanted to actually do the unsexy work of building middleware that captures all this disparate data, transforms it into this esoteric format called Metro 2 and reporting it into the credit bureaus. It took us 2 years to figure out how the credit system worked, how real estate systems worked, and how to stitch those two things together in such a way that it could be seamless and regulatory compliant. And so, unlike Caron, who's known us for a decade now, many people saw the kind of Series B billion-dollar valuation. We're like, wow, what an overnight success. But that was, 7-8 years in the making. Wimimo and I are entering our 10th year of building a Susu. And it took some of that really difficult sort of system stitching to really figure out things. Number two was there needed to be a new regulatory framework around the space. People were really adamant that we report positive and negative data, which was tough because we built a mission-driven company. We don't want to penalize people who are already being penalized just for being poor. And so we had to advocate for a system where we report positive only data because we were able to make the case that negative data had already been part of the credit system. And the final challenge that we ran into was fundraising. So to tee up Wimimo, when we started this journey, before we raised our first round of financing, we were $100,000 in personal debt. I went to NYU, they sent me to collections. People were calling my parents, they're like, we don't have money. I know Wimimo was in the same spot. 326 VCs said no to us, and we had to overcome that. So I'll pass it to Wimimo to dig in on our fundraising journey.
Yeah, I know we have limited time. So one story that really resonated with me was, at that point, myself and Samir had $100,000 in credit card debt, and our first contract was with the University of Minnesota, and we couldn't get an hotel. We couldn't get an hotel room because obviously credit card was maxed out. So we had this genius idea to go to a Denny's in Fargo, North Dakota. It was incredibly cold. And the idea was to camp out at a Denny, get a Grand Slam. Denny's is still one of our favorite restaurants. Some things never change. We were walking all night like we usually do, but we've been traveling because we couldn't afford a plane ride. So we took a train to the northwestern corner of Minnesota, which is like a 6-hour train ride. Sadly, we started dozing off, and the restaurant manager came and said, guys, I got to kick you out. A lot of people use this playbook. So we got kicked out of a Denny's during the early stages of Isuzu. But something funny happened when we raised $130 million and the company got valued at $1 billion. My mother, when I was leaving corporate America, was just like, man, like, you're my 401k plan. I thought we made it. I'm like, yeah, I can't pay rent anymore. I'm going to be doing this thing called Isuzu. So when we raised $130 million, I'm like, Mom, life is about to change. This is great. We're going to build the company we want to build and have a lot of capital. And I was like, oh, I'm proud of you. You know what she said afterwards? She's like, hey, how's the wedding planning coming along? But I always share that story because it's the question of proximity, right? Investors didn't believe that we could create the company that we created. A lot of people didn't believe that we could have the kind of impact. We've been able to unlock now $20 billion in mortgages for folks that will otherwise not get mortgages before.
Yes.
Right. And we're just getting started. And for us, it's just that ethos of be caught trying that we focus on day in, day out. And we still have a lot of work to do. But those are the struggles, but our struggles don't define us. And we're still in the trenches, but we don't look like what we've been through.
I'm sure everyone is dying to hear the story of how you summited that mountain. But Precious, I want to bring you into the conversation because, you know, what's so evident here is the role that having a place serves in people's lives, and then the role that home ownership plays in building wealth. You've done such amazing work through Gather ADU, featured in the New York Times. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're literally building the next generation of affordable housing and homeowner wealth in the country?
Absolutely. So at Gather ADU, again, we work directly with homeowners, but I think the piece that many folks, it doesn't immediately come to their mind is also working with these like small business owners, right? These contractors, all of these pieces or stakeholders within the equation who also are being poured into. So not only are the homeowners creating this housing, right? But we are also able to then upskill these contractors or even shed more light on the work that they've been able to do so that they can go back to their communities and kind of bring this information to them. I think more than just access to capital is missing, right? More than that, and before access to capital, we need to think about access to information. And then after that, we need to think about access to a network that can actually change the trajectory of where you're going. So it's the capital, the know-how, as well as the network that is really going to be changing things here. So with us, we are building this by quite literally building these accessory dwelling units, houses in these cities and urban communities that need it. But then we're directly working with homeowners who are wanting to use these spaces, not just, let's say for Airbnb. That's typically the first question. Are these for Airbnb? No, these are for folks who need the housing in their communities or for their family members when we talk about the homeless population, right? I did a TED Talk in 2022 that kind of highlighted this invisible homeless population of folks that are not yet on the street that we tend to forget about. So these structures specifically, there are many homeowners we work with that are helping those folks in their network. And I can promise you that you likely know someone in your network as well that is a part of what's called the hidden homeless community, meaning you are not yet on the street, but you might be living with a friend. You might not have access to an affordable place to lay your head every single night. And that is how they are using these structures to then create that housing stock on the market. And on the other end with the contractors, these are now folks who we are highlighting their work and they're able to make more capital for their families and their communities by bringing them into this realm or this area that really within the accessory dwelling unit space, if you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know that it's possible, then you don't do it. If you don't know how to do it, then you don't move forward. And really our entire platform, specifically GatherADU.com, has become a pinnacle of resources and information for homeowners to just reference, again, free of charge until they are ready to become a client of ours.
So, you know, I think we realize the progress that you all are fighting day in and day out to make. But as I teed up the panel, you know, 50 years since the Equal Credit Opportunity Act became law. Just quickly, what's one thing that you'd like the folks here who are investors, who are founders to think about as we look to accelerate our pace to closing what still remains a significant gap, not only in terms of wealth, but in terms of access to credit and access to the opportunity to do the kind of things that you're doing? One thing.
Ms. Price, I'll let you start. You haven't had a...
Yeah, my one thing would really be democratizing that access to information. So if there is something that you know, whether it is related to credit, whether it's related to housing, spark and have these conversations with folks that are in your family, in your community, in your circles. Once we are able to democratize that access to information, everything else can truly flow from there. We just need the right stakeholders. So really it's the access to information that's the major piece for us.
If I had to pick one thing, it would be intentionality is how we're going to bridge the racial wealth gap. And that's how we're going to do it quickly. And so even illustratively in our own backyard, one thing that Wamimo and I were very intentional about was the construction of our cap table. 70% of our investors are either women or minority-led firms. Same goes with our employee base, largely minority, largely immigrant. And what's really important about that is when a company like Isuzu grows and wins and has outcomes from a capital standpoint, that means that every single one of those people on that journey now have capital and the ability to go have an impact in their communities. And I wonder what the world will look like if all of those investors have the returns of people that look like us and are able to go and invest in things that they believe in communities that they care about, and how different the world would look?
My response is really focused on math. Karan was a math major at MIT way back.
Chemical engineering.
Chemical
Fancy,
engineering,
but-
chemical engineering. But here's the data. There are 45 million people in this country that don't have a credit score. The average debt in America is $92,000. If we do that math, we're leaving $4.1 trillion on the table, right? That is not just good for the American economy. That case will create so much economic opportunity for so many. So what we are advocating for is simple. Let's create a win-win-win outcome. Let's create businesses that will generate alpha for investors. Let's create businesses that would, improve the lives of folks. And if we do that, and if our courts try and do that, we can not only generate economic activity, but we can do what the founding fathers of this country gave us the assignment to do, which is to make this union more perfect. So that's what I fundamentally believe we need to make it. Make it an economic argument, not rhetoric, because the rhetoric will change from different political spectrum economic cycles. It needs to be a math economic solution.
Wow, I love it. Precious, Samir, Wemimo, thank you so much for joining us. You're advocating for shared access to data. Let's build it into our cap structures and how we think about who our investors are, who our employees are. And then let's create the rising tide that lifts all boats by really trying to solve this as an economic problem in the country and the world. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Our conversation around democratizing information and access for all. And so to that note, we're going to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. And AI is definitely becoming an everyday part of my life. I don't know about you all, but I find myself asking questions about day-to-day business things and also just things like the weather. So we're going to definitely be hearing on this next panel about how new technology can help with answering questions and also with our social responsibility, with our accountability, and thinking through what needs to be considered. And just want to go ahead and thank Amazon Web Services because they are supporting the panel that we're about to enjoy.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for that. I'm so excited to be here and to have this conversation with these three phenomenal panelists that you will meet in a moment. My name is Afua Bruce. I'm an engineer by training who has worked at the White House, led a nonprofit that did data science and AI for mission-driven organizations around the world. And I now consult with organizations across sectors who are interested in building a responsible tech and data ecosystem and responsible tech and data solutions. I'm excited, as I said, to be joined by these three other AI experts today to briefly explore how, even as AI rapidly develops, we can consider ways to design, develop, and deploy the technology in ways that minimizes harm. This powerful technology that in some cases and in many applications saves time, increases business productivity, and helps us learn more, can also further exclude marginalized populations and prevent people from accessing resources they should be able to obtain. I'm going to start first with you, Dia. And Dia Nguyen, you're the responsible AI lead at Amazon Web Services. Amazon obviously is very active in the AI and innovation space. Can you speak to the approach you've developed to balance the business benefits of AI while minimizing risks and unintended consequences?
So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that was on. Is it morning still? Good morning. This week has been moving so quickly, it seems like. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm excited to be able to share in this venue, and I'm glad that we're taking opportunities to talk about benefit risks of AI because it is an area that is extremely critical to and influencing the way in which we live, work, the information we consume, even the people with whom we engage. So it's super important topic for us to be considering. And how do we do that in ways in order to be able to get the greatest benefit, right? And hopefully that's benefit for everyone, not just, those that are seeking to have sort of financial gain because they're technology providers or, integrating that into their products, but benefit for all of society. So I've had the privilege of being able to lead that work at Amazon Web Services and started our customer facing practice. And for us, one of the first things is about thinking about this in the context of people. That are people taking a people-centered approach because we are, customer focused. It means that we also care about our customers. And so making sure that we're centering on people and the benefit that people gain is one of those core elements. But then looking at this holistically to understand that in order to gain the greatest benefit, it's not just about introducing a technology solution, but that we also need to consider people, process, and technology, and creating a culture of responsibility in an organization in order to be able to drive and inculcate responsible, sort of trustworthy, ethical practices into the way in which we work so that ultimately in the end, it's not a separate work stream, but it's consistent with the way in which we build and the way we do work. So some of that starts, first with having an internal strategy beyond just like what we do and wanting to be able to help service our customers and provide benefits, best practices, tooling, technology to aid them. It's also ensuring that we inculcate that into the way in which we're building and delivering. So we have an overarching responsible AI strategy that drives and motivates how we build and then essentially how we engage with our customers. The first of that is thinking about, again, people-centered focus and how we invest in the next generation of diverse individuals that are going to be influencing the technology. The second is ensuring that we're integrating responsible AI into our entire life cycle from the very beginning when we think about conceptualizing a product until when we deliver that and what it looks like in deployment. The third is about how we provide tools, services, resources, best practice guidance to our customers, and then finally continuing to advance the science of responsible AI. And that's important because this is an area that we weren't always talking about and certainly not focused on. But there are some things as technology is advancing that we still don't have and complete answers for. We don't have those problems solved. And we should expect that as technology advances and changes and iterates, that we're iterating as well and looking to bring the best of breed practices into how we deliver, but also to be able to provide those to our customers to help guide them as well.
Thanks so much for that. I loved and appreciated so much of what you said, especially that as we develop AI, we should make sure that it's for the benefit of everyone, not just those who have an opportunity for financial gain, and that also developing responsible AI isn't its own separate work stream. It really, as you said, needs to come down to creating a culture of responsibility in organizations that are, make responsibility consistent across the ways that we work. Juan Manuel Contreras, you are the co-founder and CEO of Amara, a company that builds developer tools for enterprises to measure, monitor, and improve the safety, accuracy, and tone of their generative AI applications. I know Amara focuses on ensuring that AI solutions are inclusive and minimize bias. So building on some of the responsibility themes that Dia touched on. But in your work, can you talk a little bit about how we can build the capacity of technologists at both big and small organizations to protect against these risks of, again, minimizing bias and making sure AI is inclusive?
Sure. I would say that it's a three-step process. So the first one is you want to have a governance plan in place for what AI safety looks like for you and what you want to do about it. So depending on what kind of company you are and how you're using AI, that's going to look very different. If you have an AI chatbot that advises people on how to buy homes, then you care about ensuring that the quality of your AI is similar for members of different protected categories. If you allow people to generate images, you want to prevent against deepfakes and things like that. So depending on what your AI application is, you're going to want to define governance differently. Once you've done that, then you need to figure out roles and responsibilities in your organization for who is going to tackle what parts. So legal, regulatory, compliance teams are going to have very different roles in engineering, product, or operations. So once you have an understanding of who does what, then you can move to the last step, which is then just implementing how it is you're going to tackle both the measurement and then the improvement of AI safety in your AI usage or in your AI products. Here, unfortunately, there's a little bit of a gap between organizations that don't have the technical staff to modify or adapt their AI solutions beyond what model providers can give them. Absent any sort of AI safety regulation, like is the case in the United States, for example, we're left to whatever it is model providers want to give us in terms of safety in their tools. So all model providers offer some level of safety guardrailing for their tools, but it's very one size fits all. It's not really customized to specific applications. And unfortunately, companies that are using AI that don't have technical teams to modify those models are a little bit left to their own devices. It's those with technical tools that can start using some of the architecture that AWS provides or use software like the one that Imara builds that can then start customizing AI safety solutions and be able to measure, monitor, and improve AI safety in their businesses. So that's the advice I would give.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I think just to recap what you said about those 3 steps, making sure that companies have a governance plan that's customized for their communities and customers and for their AI applications. 2, defining roles and responsibilities. And 3, implementing measurements and evaluation for improvement of AI safety. I think when you touched on a lack of regulation in the US and many other places around the world that are using AI, I think it's important for companies to recognize their power in that situation, because in the absence of regulation, your technologists, your coders, your companies, your business leaders become de facto regulators of how this technology is used. Arun, I'm going to turn to you next because you look, I think, more explicitly at some of what government does and industry does in this space. Arun Gupta, you are the CEO of the Noble Reach Foundation, which brings together America's best and brightest from industry, academia, and government to develop emerging technologies and scientific advancements to secure our nation's future. So in your view, how is AI being leveraged by the public sector to solve complex challenges? And what else needs to happen to enable government to adopt the technology at scale?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for having us here today. Just for context, I'm CEO of Noble Reach. We're about a $500 million endowment, and we're really looking to try to get our best tech talent, then Teach for America, going into government service to start their career and create that infrastructure. So we just launched a program where we've got 20 students going in, primarily AI students. People have graduated with master's degrees, going across 8 agencies: Navy, CISA, DOD, Space Force, Treasury, HUD, FDA. And it really is part of the theory of the change here is that we need our best talent going in. Everyone talks policy, everyone talks governance, no one talks talent, right? And the rubber hits the road with talent. So when we talk about government, we need to, less than 7% of tech workers in government are under the age of 30 right now. True stat. And we need to fix that. And we need to think about how do we create the narrative so that our top talent thinks about starting their career in government for a couple of years. And then they can kind of go and do whatever they, choose to do, much like many people do with Teach for America. So that's what I share that because that's the lens I bring to the table. I was a VC for 25 years. And, when I think of, I was teaching, and I still teach here at Georgetown. And the other lens I bring to the table is the commonality between teaching on a university campus and being a VC is you're surrounded by optimists, right? Entrepreneurs are intrinsically optimistic, and if you're on a college campus, you're intrinsically optimist. And so that's the other lens I try to bring to the table. And so I say that because I think there's a lot of focus, rightfully so, on governance and risk and everything else. We don't have enough narrative right now talking about the optimistic part of what AI can do to be the great leveler. And around education and what it can do. There's a lot of studies out there now that say, those that use AI, you could bring the bottom half up to the median, right? That's a big deal, right? So while I completely respect the focus on governance and risk and things of that sort, when I think of where government can play a big role, right? One is internally the efficiency that it can bring to make government more efficient, right? But to do that, we need talent that knows how to use AI, right? You can't expect people inside to be versant in this. So I think recruiting is the number one thing that we need to be getting talented, and that's what we're trying to help with. I think second is, and it doesn't get talked about enough, is access. If you think about the big divide that we have, the digital divide that we talked about with narrowband and broadband, communities that didn't have access to broadband got left behind. The same dynamic's going to happen with AI. If we don't make AI accessible to underserved communities that don't have access to it, they will get left behind in a more accelerated rate given the velocity of change. And that's a role where government can really kind of help step in, right? And collaborate with the private sector to think about, like, how do we make this accessible to communities that can't afford it in the same way? And the third thing I would say is encourage experimentation. There's now studies out there. I think BCG did one with their analysts, and a couple interesting things. They gave all their analysts, incoming analysts, access to AI tools. Half they provided training to, half they provided no training to. The result of that, what they realized is afterwards, they performed no differently. So what's the point? Training isn't the issue, it's access, right? We should be giving, if these students coming in without any training can perform as well as students that have been trained, whatever that means, on AI, we need to do that. The second thing that they found is that with their analyst group is that the bottom half of their analyst group started performing way better and almost like the median. The top quartile didn't perform that much differently, right? So what you realize is that your high performers will still continue to perform as high performers, but you are able to start leveling the playing field in a meaningful way. That has real implications, ramifications, if we create the right access around it. So that's what I would say is probably the role that government can be playing a little bit more. I don't think we talk about that enough, because I think that the scaring, Terminator narrative gets out there too quickly. And then if you're an underserved community, you're even more apprehensive to want to engage with this new technology.
Thanks so much, Arun. I will say I'm excited and glad to be starting my day off today. Well, not really starting anymore, but spending my day today with other people who are optimists. And I think, like you said, it's important for us to figure out how we can paint an affirmative vision and a positive vision for what's in the future, especially as it relates to AI. And as someone who spent several years in government service, I completely agree that it's important to really think about how we get the right talent into government so we can work to increase access.
Can I just share one other observation, if you don't mind, on that? So I was with Anna Makunju, who is the head of global government policy at OpenAI. And just to put an emphasis on that point, she traveled to 30 countries around the world with Sam Altman, meeting with government leaders around AI. And I asked her, like, what was your biggest observation when you came back from that? And her observation was there was an inverse correlation between optimism of AI and GDP. Meaning that the wealthier the nation, the more they were worried about the downside of AI. The poorer the nation, the more they were worried about, like, how can I use this to do something optimistic? How do I get myself, increase agricultural demand or things of that sort? And I think that actually is true with communities, right? The wealthier you are, you're like, whoa, how is this going to upset the apple cart, right? But this is why we need to get access to, underserved communities, because they're going to want to experiment at a different level than more established communities will.
I think that's certainly an interesting point in thinking about where we can have optimism, and also where I think responsibility lies for designing the tools and mitigating some of the bias concerns that we talked about earlier, and making sure that the technology is properly and responsibly developed so that whoever is experimenting can do so in ways that still retain human dignity, in ways in which people still can be seen in the data and in the tools. I see that we are quickly coming up on time. So I think, Arun, you also mentioned in your remarks, you touched on a movie reference. And so I think that pre the release of ChatGPT, a lot of people's perceptions of what was possible with AI was tied to what happened in science fiction movies and stories and what we created in that realm. So I'm gonna let you each take maybe about a minute to respond to now as we look forward from where we are now, about 2 years after ChatGPT's open release. What can we be looking forward to when it comes to AI, and what's a concern that we should have? Juan Manuel, I'll start with you.
Sure. Yeah, so as an AI founder, I spend most of my waking life and some of my dreaming life thinking about this. I think it's really exciting that we're potentially moving towards a world in which every single one of us may be able to have access to really high quality medical, mental health, financial, legal service and advice for a fraction of the cost that it currently takes to access it. And there's like an optimism to that. There's a sense of having quality of access to these kinds of services. That's the promise. But the peril is that the way in which we're building this technology, if it's underregulated, if we don't think enough about safety and too much about the profit motive, is that there's also a dystopian world in which these services are only available to people who can afford it, or only in certain countries, or we become dependent on this technology in a way that's pretty unhealthy. So I'm excited about the ways in which we're moving forward to creating the world that I described in the beginning, while also building the tools and the capacity and the understanding of people, both as technologists, but also for all of us as citizens, to demand of our representatives that we build a world that looks a little bit more like the latter one.
Thank you so much. Dia.
So I love that, right? The idea that the future could be one where we level the playing field, and that the folks that typically have been underserved, underrepresented, and marginalized actually have a little bit more opportunity, stake in the game, you know, and that AI can be a bridge, not a barrier, that enables us to all reach our full potential, and that we can work towards building a more equitable world. The reality is that I think that that is absolutely possible with the technology, but that does not happen without the kind of intentional action to think about who we are not considering, to make sure the voice and perspective of those that typically are not considered are being considered, that we don't build for a majority population or a majority of those that are in positions of power, but actually consider those that typically would not be served, that we actually do the kind of intentional things to make sure that we're addressing questions of privacy and security, and that we're providing the necessary transparency. We're thinking about fairness, and not just in the design of the implements of the systems, but also in the way they get deployed and what that means in the real world, right? But I think that we have an opportunity. We're at a place and a position where the conversations are being had, and we can certainly reshape and reimagine, you know, what is possible if we're all taking the kind of responsibility that we all have a responsibility in. Responsible AI, a trustworthy AI is everybody's responsibility, not just a data scientist, not just the technical folk, not just the technology providers, but we all have a job to play in ensuring that we have the kind of technology future that benefits us all.
Thanks so much. Arun.
So look, I'm clearly an AI optimist. I think this is, we need to really promote access and prioritize that, and would encourage that. I think we also need to amplify positive stories, right? I just think too much of it is around risk and concern and bias and, all the negative perceptions of what can happen. And that just makes people then reluctant to want to engage with the technology, right? And then I think we also have to remember that anytime there's change, there's always going to be people unsettled with this. Like a lot of the same dialogue that people are saying today, for those of us that were around when, in the late 90s, when the internet came around, people were saying the same thing, right? And then we just need to figure out how do we work in this new environment. And so that's kind of the lens I bring to it. And I think we've seen phenomenal gains from that. We've also seen downsides from that. The difference this time is that we at least have model to know like what kind of worked and what we should do differently. So there needs to be governance rules because we saw what happened with social media when you don't do any of that, right? But that doesn't mean we don't engage with the technology. And so I just don't want to have that get lost in the process.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think just to recap, I think all of these are such wonderful things for us to keep in mind. We need to continue to work to increase access to and encouraging experimentation when it comes to AI. There are a lot of positive applications and even more applications that we haven't imagined yet, I'm sure. As Juan Manuel, you said, working towards a world where because of AI, we can have access to higher quality services. More people can have more access. And Dia, I think you summed it up so well that we can do all of this responsibly if we're intentional, because trustworthy response and responsible AI is everyone's responsibility. So Juan Manuel Contreras, Dia Nguyen, and Arun Gupta, thank you so much for your time today. And thank you all for your time.
Hope everybody's feeling energized. You got a little espresso or some coffee at lunch, and you're ready to jump into an afternoon of even more exciting panels and discussions. We'll be talking on the next panel about something near and dear to my heart: diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the changing landscape around supporting underrepresented founders. How many of you in the audience have heard about the Fearless Fund lawsuit? I hope everyone. Some of the pushback around diversity programs aren't sure about what comes next. So this panel will really be talking about just that. As a founder of a startup that focuses on doing diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion trainings in workplaces across the country, I know firsthand what the landscape looks like and the uphill battle that we're facing. And we're still in this fight. In the past decade, a majority of ventures that have passed through Halcyon's doors are led or co-led by women and founders of color. We can clap for that. I'm excited to hear from these next panelists because they're experts and they have a lot to say about the current conversations around diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI for short, and what can be done to continue to support these underrepresented founders.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Kwesi Mitchell. I am Chief Purpose and DEI Officer with Deloitte. And as many of you know, the US has seen an incredible growth in entrepreneurship since the pandemic, specifically with women and people of color leading the charge and starting businesses at the highest levels in decades. However, these groups still lack access to resources, receiving less than 2% of venture capital. Organizations supporting these groups have recently been challenged in court amidst a broader questioning of DEI efforts across all sectors. Now, today we're going to spend a few moments just talking about that changing landscape and how to support underserved founders and like frameworks for action. Now, before I turn it over to the panelists, I do want to issue a complaint to Dan Barker, right? Because just so you all know, I had Dan come and speak to my team. I gave him a prime real estate spot, made him the center of attention. And what he has done is put me after lunch, after you all have fallen asleep, and then had me moderate a panel of leaders substantially more prestigious than I am. So just to say, like, if any of you could, like, on your way out, could just make sure that Dan knows that's just not right. So, but with that, I would love for you to introduce yourselves.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for the invitation, and to my esteemed moderator, quite esteemed. My name is Kylie Patterson. I'm the Deputy Assistant to President Biden for Racial Justice and Equity at the White House, and formerly a Chief Opportunity and Inclusion Officer for CHIPS for America. That's the Microchip Manufacturing Incentives Program of $52 billion. In fact, we announced, I think, that here some time ago at Georgetown. But most importantly, I am someone who's fiercely committed to economic opportunities for everyone. And that's the good work that we're doing right now at the White House. And I look forward to the conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janae Queen Nazir, and I'm so happy to be with these beautiful people. I am the co-founder and CEO of Black Gravity. We exist to make it normal for people to be wealthy and well. I come from academia and philanthropy, and I found capital. And so I like to integrate those folks because we believe that everyone can have a richer future. So excited to have this conversation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Choi. I am a partner at the law firm of Baker Botts. My practice focuses primarily on government investigations. So I'm really the kind of person that no one wants to see coming or talk to ever. And I'm also my firm's Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. So I'm incredibly honored and excited to be part of this conversation today as well.
And you all see what I mean about, like, Dan put me to moderate a panel with 3 people who are substantially more prestigious than I am. So again, thank you, Dan. But Kylie, wanted to start with you. You know, given your role with the U.S. Minority Business Development Agency and your current role with the White House, how can the U.S. government create equitable outcomes for businesses? How can the government contribute to creating an equal playing field for minority business owners?
Sure. So let me take you back a little bit. Some of you may not be familiar with the U.S. Department of Commerce and its agency, the Minority Business Development Agency. This agency was first stood up as executive order under, can anyone guess? President Nixon. All right. And I think that's important, right? Because when we talk about opportunities for minority and Black-owned businesses, it's without party, right? It's about really looking at the economic realities that we want everyone to thrive, because when everyone thrives, we all do better. Now, that being said, what can the federal government do? So it began with a little bit of his action, and this became this question of what are the resources and the tools with which the federal government can support and advance Black-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. Well, we don't make really money in the federal government, but we certainly spend it, right? When you talk about our federal Department of Defense, for instance, et cetera, and we are the largest procurer in the world. So with that, that's an awesome opportunity for us to think about how we can expand opportunities and support these businesses. And in fact, under President Biden's leadership, we are increasing our small disadvantaged business spend by 50%. And already we have been able to increase our spend with Black-owned small disadvantaged businesses by $800 million since 2020. And this past year, we spent over $10 billion. I remember talking to a young woman, and I said to her, when I say young, I mean like 7. And I said to her, and I said,
legit young woman.
Young woman. And I asked her how many zeros were in a billion, and she told me. And I said, do you have that many? And and she said, I have all of those. And I said, with a number in front. And she was like, oh, I don't have that, right? And when we talk about billions, I think we need to put a face to that. Many solo entrepreneurs, many Black-owned businesses are actually making far less than $1 billion. They're making, on average, just enough to pay for their own lifestyle. And so for that reason, the work of expanding procurement opportunities in the federal government is keenly important, and it's a key part of our work. The other area, and I'll stop with this, is that it's also about access to capital. And you're going to hear more about this from my panelists. But in terms of the federal government, that looks like providing access to capital via loans. And we have been able to triple the lending to Black-owned businesses under this administration. But that's just the beginning, right? Because at the end of the day, having worked with small businesses for some time, they'll tell me a loan is great, but a contract is better. So we have more to do, but that's the work right now.
And what I love about, so many the different aspects of what you've just said is you talk about the government and its spending. It's also something that I think is sitting in my role within the private sector that I feel is equally important, right? Because from my standpoint, if you truly want to know what an organization believes in, where they spend their money is what truly tells you that. And so investing in businesses, and again, not loans, not grants and things of that nature, but contracts so they can deliver the services that they know how to do so well.
That's right.
So Janae, we'll talk a little bit about venture capital and again, it was amazing sitting in the back talking to Janae about like her phenomenal career. But like now that you spend this time with VC, it struggled to get beyond that 2% mark in terms of access to funding for women and people of color. Can you speak to the efforts that you're leading with Black Gravity and how it's contributing to move the needle with respect to capital? And how is it changing in the current landscape?
Sure. So just a couple of things to situate what's happening in our economy. Citibank did a study and they said that we lost 16 trillion in GDP because we didn't close economic inequality gaps in housing, education, wages, and investment. Okay. So that's money just left on the table. So if you're sitting at lunch with your friends and there's a pile of money in the middle and everybody walks away, that's essentially what we did because we didn't close the gaps. And those gaps were, again, driven by race and class and some other things. And so one of those was investments. So when we've looked at the landscape, we did find that like only, it was actually 1.4%. If I appreciate the roundup, but 98.6% of assets managed are managed by my white male brothers. And but they are 49% of the population when you look at our country's demographics. And so for those of you who don't know, a venture capitalist has money, they have resources, they invested in a business to help the business grow. That business creates jobs, products, and things that we all need. Well, if they don't have enough capital, then they can't help the businesses. And if the businesses are struggling, how are they creating jobs and producing the products? And so we have been on a mission to get more capital in the hands of investors in venture, private equity, and other asset classes. And the reason that is important is because our country is a beautifully diverse country. 43% are folks of color, and we continue to grow and to thrive and to build and to do all of these amazing things. But if we don't have the capital to move in our economy, we're all going to be stuck. And so at Black Gravity, one of the ways that we're trying to support fund managers is by providing working capital. We have an initiative that says, there are fund managers who can get into really cool programs like emerging managers. I'm a first-time fund manager. I'm trying to learn the field. All right. So there are lots of resources and things like that that are available. But what happens is they fall off a cliff if they're not supported from Fund 1 to Fund 2 to Fund 3 to Fund 4. I have worked in private equity and they started at $350 million and we're at $4 billion over the course of 4 or 5 funds, right? Our folks are targeting 50 million for a first fund, and they're raising 3 or 5, maybe 10. And they can't live off of that. You can't actually create wealth off of that. You can't really support your family off of that. You have to have multiple jobs. And then you have a bunch of people who are your investors writing small checks. And so now you have a bunch of masters while you're actually trying to support businesses getting started. That's actually not, it's just not sustainable. It doesn't make sense. But imagine if you had smart investors that represented the people of our country, finding good businesses like the folks out here in this audience, getting capital into the hands of the business in partnership with government, in partnership with philanthropy. Do you understand what we can do as an economy? And see, that's the thing. There's a bunch of noise about Black and brown and female and all this other stuff. People are creating chaos. It's unnecessary. We're Americans. We're humans. We want the best for our economy. And so Black Gravity is committed to figuring out how to support those who have been historically excluded, get them in the game so that they can participate and get money to folks like you in this audience. And we can get this thing going here in America. So.
And one of the parts of the narrative that frequently gets lost, and you flagged this, there's just money being left on the table. Right. And when we sit back and we think about concerns of growth within the US and simultaneously, if these are charity it's not charity.
No.
It's fundamentally just, it's pure economics. It's viable businesses that just don't have the support that they need. So, I mean, Heather, you made the joke that people don't like to see you coming with respect to your work. I would say right now, given your expertise, there's probably a ton of people who love to see you coming, right? And, you know, just wanted to understand kind of the legal implications that kind of the recent Fearless Fund decision has on initiatives, you know, specifically focused on serving underrepresented founders and how it might influence kind of future programs aimed at advancing them. with respect to entrepreneurship? Just would love your take on that.
Sure. I think one thing that it's important to realize is to think about what has changed, which was with respect to the law nationwide, and what hasn't. So if we rewind to what seems like 1,000 years ago to me, but was only 2023, that was when the Supreme Court decision on the Students for Fair Admissions came out. And that eliminated the use of race as a consideration in higher education admissions. That case had absolutely nothing to do with private sector DEI programs. The law didn't change there. And that is still the case, even in light of the Fearless Fund decision. Now that settled yesterday, and it settled because the Fearless Fund did away with the Strivers Grant Program, which was the $20,000 grant. There's more to it than just that, but the target audience was Black women-owned businesses. And that settlement is somewhat bittersweet in the sense that, one, that litigation is over. And even when you read some of the news coming out and the statements being put out by Fearless Fund, their lawyers and others, part of their calculus was that they did not want their program to be the vehicle to create law that would dampen and harm programs like that for generations to come. What has changed, however, is the litigation risk around some of these programs. Since Students for Fair Admissions, there has just been seemingly an avalanche of litigation attacking every aspect of DE&I programs. So not just hiring, not just grants or promotions, we're talking about trainings, basically anything you can think of. And so those lawsuits are being used as a weapon. And what it really comes down to for organizations who are committed to these issues, and it's not different from any other aspect of a business or an organization, is your risk tolerance. And how far you're willing to go and how much you're willing to think about, on some level, the long game, which I do think played a factor in the Fearless Fund settlement. Right now, that case didn't ever get to the point where it said that grant program violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act. It didn't get that far. There wasn't a fully developed factual record. What the 11th Circuit said was simply that the organization was prohibited from awarding the grant during the pendency of the litigation. That's what it said. And that's the law in the 11th Circuit right now, which impacts Georgia, Florida, and I believe Alabama. And I'm not trying to minimize the impact and the harm that just the threat of all this litigation can do. I'm just trying to contextualize it, because sometimes the two things get conflated with respect to what is the law and what are the risks associated with programs that give preferences based on things like race or gender or sexual orientation, et cetera.
And I think I love the fact that you broke it down into the two distinct items. There's a potential and risk associated with litigation, and then there's the law. And in many of these cases, there's not a direct correlation, right? There are people who are literally out there filing lawsuits just to drag an organization into an almost seemingly endless and very, very costly process. So I think particularly for us, it's important for us to keep that narrative and make sure that other people understand it, because I feel not enough people do. And we'll do lightning round, and just wanted to get a sense from all of you, given some of the recent challenges to DEI initiatives, how can we reimagine or adapt strategies to ensure that women and people of color continue to receive the support that they need?
So I always make sure I preface this by saying I am not a lawyer, and I leave lawyering to lawyers. However, when we talk about strategies, first and foremost, we have to make sure people are counted and their experiences are known. And so in that work, we've actually been pushing forward what we're calling our Statistical Policy Directive 15, SPD 15. We're super proud of it in the federal government. But we're actually beginning to break down various racial categories in your census and other documents. So soon, if you are Middle Eastern, if you are North African, for instance, you can actually indicate that. Moreover, if you are, let's say, Cambodian or Chinese, that can be broken out as well, instead of just being wrapped up in that Asian demographic. That's important. That's the beginning. But the other part is that, frankly, we need individual stories. You know, when you look at Brown versus Board of Education, a lot of people, those who are familiar with the story know that there were the litigants and there was Ruby, right? And there were their individual stories that actually were brought before the court that helped push those forward. And I think what's been going on in our world today is that discrimination and instances of bias are so commonplace that people don't actually understand that this is not normal. It is not normal for me to go to the bank, have a good credit score, and be turned away seemingly for no other reason than because I am Black or because I live in a zip code predominantly Hispanic. That's not normal. But a lot of people don't know the process by which to advocate for themselves and by which to record those instances. So that's really important to what the work we're doing. And we're continuing to work. In fact, we're increasing funding to our offices of civil rights across the federal government in light of that as well. And I encourage all of you to be clear, if you believe you've had an instance where where it's a violation of your civil rights, I encourage you to pursue an outcome for yourself. This work, we need individuals to stand up because we do know that discrimination is still very real. So that's 1, 2, 3, maybe. I have just one last thing I'll say in terms of what we're trying to do. And the other work really just comes back to representation. So when President Biden, for his very first day in office, he signed what's called the Equity Order, Equity Executive Order. And he made this commitment that our federal government will deliver programs and policies and procedures in a way that ensures everyone gets served equally. This was profound work to do. And I think what's so awesome about it is that he followed it up with an DEIA order, making sure that his federal government looked like and reflected America. And so as we continue to do this good work, I want to also encourage all of you to recognize the power of representation. Continue to, of course, look at your own staff, your own teams, but always asking yourself, are there individuals that should be in the room that are not in the room for no other reason because I didn't invite them, not that they didn't earn to be there. So those are my comments.
I'll just add, don't believe the hype. Shut off the noise. Like, don't believe the hype. We need a paradigm shift in our beliefs and our behaviors. And that, like, the first thing, just believe that we are better together. Just believe that scarcity is like a trick. Believe in our abundance and our ability. Don't believe the hype. There are some media, we talked about it last in the back, that are part of the fourth estate. And so their job is to continue to create chaos. Don't believe the hype.
I don't know why I wasn't going after you and your applause. I am a lawyer, but your comment made me say, I am not providing you with legal advice and I am not your lawyer. So we'll call these some considerations for people who do want to think about kind of, are there ways to still stay true to the mission, but also kind of de-risk? And I'm about to throw out some terminology that I didn't come up with. There's some very smart people at NYU Law School who are like up to their neck in this and have done a lot of thought. And so one of the ideas that people have is to go from the idea of a cohort to content. And that means if you are trying to help or support a specific population, maybe instead of expressly limiting whatever the opportunity is to people who identify as a certain race or a certain gender, instead, maybe you focus on how do we identify and support people who support our mission, who share those values, who are doing work that will benefit communities that we care about. The other thing, and this one actually did come out of the Students for Fair Admissions case, is the idea of moving from cohort to character. And so those of you who are extra nerdy and did a lot of reading might have realized that there was, I believe, a footnote in the affirmative action case where they said that, no, you can no longer consider the candidate's race. But if they write an essay where they talk about how their race has impacted their life, you can consider that. And that is another, just a different lens to think about it, is the way that I sort of focus on it. And it is also still perfectly legal to do really, really targeted outreach. So if you want to support a particular community, there is nothing stopping you from pounding the pavement and doing everything you can to make sure that the people you want to help know about the program that you are offering.
I just want to say thank you, and I want to wrap this up with the feedback that you provided, right? Tell your story, don't believe the hype. And Heather did in fact, or did not in fact, provide you with legal advice, but gave you a lot of insight as to where to look and things that you can do. All right?
Considerations.
Exactly. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Now, for those of you who are yawning after lunch, we're going to change that. So next, we will have a spoken word performance by our multi-talented Halcyon alum and MC, Mariah, my favorite person today. Mariah's mission and mantra in life is some people do, some people never do, some people overdo. How do you do? Mariah's answer to this guiding question is that she works to uplift unheard voices. She has decades of experience as a poet and spoken word artist, and I, for one, am deeply honored to share the stage with her today as an MC and introduce her for this special performance. Mariah.
All right, you guys are about to see another side of me. I believe in bringing all that you are into the room. So this is actually my first time at a startup event performing poetry. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with snapping, but that's what you can do if you're feeling what I say during the piece. I'm going to start with a piece that I actually wrote about my grandmother, who was the first person I knew that was an entrepreneur and self-starter. And it's probably why I'm here the way I am today. I need your help to kind of clap to get us started. We're going to still keep it slow. Yep. Grandma's hands clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hands played the tambourine so well. Grandma's hands used to issue me a warning. She'd say, baby, know your blackness well. My grandmother's name was Natalie Lindsay. She once marched on Washington to hear a king's speech with my mother in her belly, but that's not why she's revolutionary to me. My grandmother's been collecting Black dolls for upwards of 65 years. Once, when trying to acquire a Black Santa Claus, the sales clerk told her it would be $100 more for the Black one. My grandmother looked down at her hands. She said, if it's money in this melanin, then the state of Virginia owes me thousands of dollars that my white counterparts have received to this day. No one in my family knows how, but my grandmother walked out with the Black Santa Claus and she didn't have to pay more for it. She used to collect Black and brown dolls because she read a study where Black little girls used to want white dolls because they said that they looked more beautiful. She said she wanted to remind me that I was beautiful. Wanted the whole family to know that we're worth idolizing. She used to carry Black and brown Sharpies in her back pocket so she could color us in the places we were left out of. She said, our melanin is here on purpose, that we were permanent. She always told me there was no way to erase me even when there wasn't representation in the space that we'd become it if we didn't yet see it. One day my grandmother passed away and I used to look down at these hands, these lifelines reminding me of all the Black sheroes who came before me, who said I could do it, who said, yes, I can. I followed a startup called Healthy Roots Dolls. Maybe you've heard of them. Now they're sold in Target. Funny how once we were sold on auction blocks and now we're sold in shelves. We know how to create our own hair through these beautiful dolls, and I want to pass these heirlooms down to my next generation so that they know they're worth collecting too. Sometimes I still put these hands together to feel this lifeline and clap or pray and think, grandma's hands clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hands played the tambourine so well. Grandma's hands used to issue me a warning. She'd say, baby, know your blackness well. And I do. All right. Now that we're warmed up, if you can't tell, pitching is my favorite thing. Storytelling is my favorite thing. I know a lot of founders dread that part, but I'm used to it from doing spoken word poetry. So it's an entry point, poet to startup founder, if you're wondering. This piece actually is really inspired by the founders of this great organization, Halcyon. It's so rare that we see women in this space, and I want to see that change. So that's what this piece is about. Who? We run the world. Women and girls alike move mountains, change culture, and create spaces. We be trailblazers. Fighting for equal pay by day and caring for our families by night, women have been leading charges for fights as sheroes, lifting spirits in our military as American heroes and with heads held high. From disability rights activist Alice Wong to Malala, we have been using our words to have conversations with gods, epitomizing how blessed we are to have people like RBG who changed laws to truly promote equity. We're in good company, creating businesses led by entrepreneurs like Sidney Montgomery, or people who are going to create Supreme Court justices and lawyers that look like you or me, Native women who stood at Standing Rock to protect the environmental integrity, suffragettes who fought so that we can vote in skirts or pants or anything in between, all while wearing our heart on our sleeves and bold line button-ups. Women across a range of industry raised their voices to engage in policy change, from grassroots and protesting in the streets to saying their names, to startup founders revolutionizing change, like Sylvia Rivera, a trans rights activist who started Pride as we know it to this day. And the ones who played games, the Olympics, we just saw the women wearing tennis shoes like Naomi Osaka or Serena before she even started a venture to seed ideas like the ones from me and you. We look to scientists like Jane Goodall to research animal species as our ecosystem continues to evolve. We look to clinical researchers like Kizumiki, who developed the vaccines to combat COVID-19. We read Harper Lee books that changed our views for an eternity. Listen to Arlen Hamilton talk about our first million by diversifying our income streams. We listen to Melissa about how to change the world through 1863, or Dr. Kuno making changes. We have book clubs to expand our knowledge led by people like Oprah Winfrey, or our angel philanthropists like Halcyon Angels leading the charge in things and ideas we want to see succeed. Caring and cooking and tabulating while leading a staff meeting. We appreciate all the women in our lives across cultural divides, continents, careers, regions, identities, abilities, and dialects who have contributed to the freedoms we now all shall not forget. Especially in times like now, whether you be girl, boy, or non-binary, how this globe turns, remember the women keep it on its axis. So maybe instead of saying amen, we should say a woman when we want to thank them. And now I want to just share two more pieces with you all, and then I'll get out your way. So I want to share a haiku. In 2014, I was the national haiku champion. And this is a haiku that's about startup. Fly a plane. While you build it with your team, put your mask on first. Okay, I lied. I have two pieces left for you guys, not just one, but I really feel called to do this one. This is actually a piece. There's not a lot of data out there as far as investment in queer, trans, non-binary founders, but especially in Black, queer, trans, non-binary founders. Hey, you have one in front of you. I think it's beautiful that I've actually done a lot of evangelizing for Halcyon because I love the work that they do. They're really about it. They live out their mission. And for them to have queer people at the helm says volumes. For them to have queer Black people at the helm says volumes about their values. And there have been a lot of queer founders that have privately reached out and just said it was nothing like they've ever experienced in other programs. So this piece is about whether you identify as anything underrepresented, you can identify as an ally. And this piece is about being an ally to my own brother when he came out. So I want to share this piece with you. From what textbooks tell me, Mahatma Gandhi stood at a mere 5'5". A rather frail-looking man, he could have only been about 100 pounds soaking wet. But the peace he exuded from his palms pressed together in prayer were enough to straighten crooked views. The strength he carried in his heels was enough to weigh out the imbalance of apartheid that had held India in shackles for centuries. My brother stands at solid 6'1", more head than body. I had no idea of the strength he bore in his bones. His almond eyes have always possessed a wisdom well beyond his mere 15 years. My mother called me last week in the smallest voice I've ever heard escape her lips. Her words did more than knock the wind out of me. They pinpricked the air from my lungs when she said, and I'm from the South, y'all. What do you think he's doing? Trying to join this gay straight alliance at the school. Does he not know we're holy people? When I refused to sign the paperwork, he stopped eating my food. Who does he think he is, Gandhi or something? I took a moment to respond to the full of what she said and then replied with as much reverence as you can hold for a queen who's just leached out her bloodline with the dropping of her last sentence. I'll talk to him. I've always wondered if the dial tone hit my mother more like a red flag or a cold shower, causing her to see the beauty in what she intended to be an insult, because in 2024, I'm proud to call my brother a modern-day Gandhi in this world full of bigots. I wish more people could clear the hate from their eyes because it sits there like oil, blinding them to what true love really looks like. If my brother was Gandhi, y'all, I'd be his bindi, his third eye guiding him through the destruction of this world. I would warn him that society likes to break down Black queer people. That's why God built his bones like white columns on a temple. That's why God put all that knowledge between his temples. And to know when he's in the midst of four white walls again, when they try to straitjacket his truth, it's just society trying to place him in yet another box. And he's always been more of a circular man to me, full of unity and life, and he's in good company, compasses, kaleidoscopes, hell, even this earth. And remember, once they tried to flatten that too out of fear, so stand. Even when others tell you you're not welcome to sit, cry out. Even when you think you fall on deaf ears, and remember, I love you. Even when this world forsakes you. And after some time, I realized I never actually hung up on my mother. I guess I just clicked over to the other line. But when Gandhi's calling me, who the hell am I to keep him waiting? All right, y'all. The last piece I'm gonna do, I want everybody to take with them. A lot of times we can feel like imposters, whether we're talking about being the only VC that looks like you, being a disruptor in your field or with your startup. And this is just about taking up space. And I hope that you do that and you meet someone that you don't know today and you stand in your power. This is called museum. It's a haiku, so it's going to be quick again. Count the syllables if you want to. Make a living museum of yourself. Charge them all to pay attention. Okay, so now I'm actually taking off this hat and putting on a new one. You guys know the vibes by now. But access to capital is often a game changer. This is what it's like when you're a multi-hyphenate. If you know, you know. And Halcyon, they understand just how vital it is for founders, especially those who are focused on social impact, like some of you in the room. As a founder, I'll be paying special attention to this panel because we'll explore how to better invest in impact-driven companies. And please join me in welcoming the next group of experts who will share their insights on the ever-evolving, interesting landscape of finance. Clap it up.
So we have the unenviable task of trying to follow Mariah. That was absolutely incredible. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dana Goldstein. I'm co-founder and managing partner of Halcyon Venture Partners. Halcyon Venture Partners invests in seed stage companies in the same verticals that Halcyon supports: health, climate, and equity tech. And I'm excited to be here leading this discussion on trends in impact investing and opportunities to scale impact along with financial returns. As we've seen the politicization and backlash against ESG, we've also seen really exciting movements of capital in both early stage impact investing and in public equities. And I'm delighted to be joined by this amazing panel to explore a range of intersections of financial and impact returns from the earliest stages through to public markets. First, I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can begin our discussion. So Patrice, over to you.
Hello, I'm Patrice Brickman, and I'm the CEO and founder of Inspire Access, and delighted to be here with you.
And I'm Bridget Weiss, and I'm a partner at Arnold & Porter, a law firm where I represent philanthropists and nonprofits.
I'm Juan Diaz, and I'm the COO of FreeCap Financial.
Great, thank you. Well, we will dive into more of these organizations and everything that you all are seeing. So Patrice, As a leader in impact investing, what shifts do you see happening in the investment landscape that are going to drive more significant social change? And specifically, how are you thinking about individuals and how they're using their wealth and their capital?
Sure. I think there's actually a couple shifts that I think are significant. One that's been happening, one that's coming. The most exciting, well, the one that's coming that we don't talk about very much is that we're on the precipice of the greatest wealth transfer that I will see in my lifetime, for sure. I think that there will be for quite some time, with 50 to 80, Bridget, you can probably speak more sharply to this. I'm guessing it's closer to $80 trillion that are going to go from the baby boomers to my generation and beyond. Why that's important to impact investing and that shift is that a big portion of that money is going to go to women. Studies are predicting that. We've got some figures around that. Studies also show, Planet Patrice says also, that women they have a different view on investing, right? They take a longer view. They care about the implications on the community versus returns. And nothing against white men or men, but there is a difference in our style. So that's important for impact investing. The second shift that's been happening, that again is one it's more than anecdotal, but it is something that I experience and witness, and that is that every generation beyond me, so I'm 57, I'm a Gen, whatever number I am, Gen Xer. I'm going to call it the young people, but millennials, and I learned this from my kids more than anyone else, but I watch them. They're so much more socially engaged than my generation was. They are intentional about not just how they spend their money, but where they invest it, how it flows. They care about stakeholders. We weren't talking about stakeholders when we were 20 years. I don't think it was a word. I think that's just a word that can come up, but it's really, I think there's a lot of promise in that. So those are the two shifts I think that are really exciting for impact investing.
I agree, it's exciting, and we'll dig into a little bit more of those trends as we continue through the panel. There's something I'm hoping that you can dive into that's specifically within your work with Inspire Access and thinking about specifically about donor advised funds and the opportunities with donor advised funds.
Sure, because that's certainly another trend. Despite the fact that this has been you've been able to do this since 2015. So in 2015, the US adopted the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they included solving for environment and poverty alleviation, for gender equity, for racial equity. And once we adopted them, the US government decided, you know what, if a for-profit company was solving for one of those 17 goals, you were allowed to use philanthropic capital to invest in it. We just didn't start paying attention to it until more recent years. So now more innovators have jumped in. Well, we're watching this pile of complacent capital grow in this country. We're up to over $200 billion. And people are finally saying, how do we tap into that money? That's the kind of money that could move the needle on the inequity that we have here. So it's exciting. A trend that you can use your philanthropic capital to invest in for-profit impact companies is huge.
We agree that's super exciting, and the alignment with the SDGs makes a ton of sense for all of the impact entrepreneurs in the room. Bridget, over to you. ESG has been very controversial and even political of late. ESG critics are arguing that using environmental, social, and governance issues to inform investment decisions isn't consistent with business objectives and results in lower returns. How are you thinking about ESG, and what are you seeing that's interesting and innovative in impact investing?
Well, I think I'm actually going to shift the question, if I might talk a little bit more about the trends that I'm seeing and really what I'm seeing with my client base. So I work a lot with Silicon Valley philanthropists, with high net worth families that have family offices, typically multiple vehicles. And we're really seeing this very, very big shift. It's been noticeable, I'd say, in the last 3 to 5 years. And what we're really seeing, I think, are 3 things. So the first thing is like doing all of the things. It used to be that everyone would stay in their own lane. And what we're seeing now with philanthropists is that they're looking at, what can I do with my philanthropic capital? how am I using my investments? They're looking also at advocacy, even their political giving, and they're thinking about all these things in a very holistic way. So they're using their foundation investments and what do you call it? Complacent capital. I love that. I love that. I think that's such a great phrase. So thinking about, how do we use our capital in a way that's consistent with our values and with our mission? So that's definitely a big shift. With foundations, sometimes they're making grants to for-profits or charitable programs because they realize that those for-profits aren't alone going to be doing that. That's one way to do it, to incentivize them. Sometimes investment and grants with follow-on IP rights or investments. So if you do fund medical research, for example, and the grantee doesn't do anything with it, you want to be able to reach in there and use the IP. Hybrid investment funds. We're seeing investment funds that are really all the capital is foundation funding, and they're looking at how do we solve problems that commercial actors are not looking to solve, and then really trying to find the best and the brightest companies and founders in those areas. So, for example, I'm working with a client right now in the pediatric cancer space. Who knew? The pediatric cancer survival rates haven't changed since the 90s. That's crazy, right? That's absolutely crazy. So that's certainly one thing that we're seeing, and really adding in as well some of the C4 activity, the political activity, and they're really thinking out of all of these various tools that I have, what is going to be the highest and best use of my funds, and how can I enact the most change? The second thing that I'm seeing is this integrating impact early on. So it used to be you'd have a philanthropic program, maybe you're successful, you'd add on some sort of commercial vehicle at the end. Oftentimes very hard, not very effective, and you're not getting the ideas out as quickly as you can or you should. So we're seeing nonprofits at the beginning integrating an investment fund, a for-profit arm for whatever their particular activity is. An example here is in the medical research space. I do a lot of medical research work. Some of our medical research organizations are at the beginning, including a hybrid impact investment fund, where the for-profit manager is helping the researchers identify when our project's ready for commercialization, which is something that researchers aren't great at doing, and helping them form companies and spin those out. So not dissimilar from what Halcyon does, but in the medical research space. And it's really innovative. We're seeing some really exciting things come out of that. And certainly, I'd say the third big thing I see is, again, that complacent capital. I'm going to steal that. I love that. I love that so much. And really thinking about how can we make a difference and not sit on the funds that we have. And so it is possible as well that the sustainable development goals are a good thing to be thinking about as well under this is all I'm a lawyer, so MIFA, which is the rules at the state level that govern your investments and how you're in general supposed to diversify your investments. It allows you to have concentrated investments in particular areas if central to your mission. And many foundations have historically not done that. We're seeing that happen more and more, and it's really, really exciting.
And that all sounds incredibly exciting. I also love the notion of, actually, I kind of hate the notion of complacent capital because it should be put to use, but it's a great term. Bridget, I'm curious, what are you seeing in terms of what the drivers are at this point? There's all sorts of innovative stuff happening in terms of really leveraging capital. What's driving that in your experience?
I think definitely some of the shifts that Patrice was mentioning. Something else that I'm seeing, particularly because I work with a lot of Silicon Valley philanthropist types, they don't have a whole lot of respect for the rules. So they want to do something. And then as lawyers, we're trying to figure out how can we do that something in a way that's going to be most effective and balance tax, administrative, and other issues. So I think we're seeing is a healthy disrespect for traditional legal structures. And as well, I think in some cases, some of these philanthropists are willing to trade off tax efficiency or impact in a way that we haven't seen before. And so I think that's something that I'm certainly, it makes it actually, it's fun as a lawyer because you can be really creative and you can really, I think we're starting to move the needle. These are all things that we've been talking about since I've been practicing law 20 years, and we're really just seeing it now. I feel like we are talking and talking and talking for 10, 15 years, and it's really this past 5 years, it's been the big shift.
I think it's incredibly exciting. And I think one of our challenges as a community of people who care about social impact is to get the word out a little bit more that these are things that are possible for people who want to affect the most change with their capital and have that creative approach to it. Turning a little bit to kind of the public equities market. Juan, this question is for you. FreeCap Financial focuses on creating equitable financial opportunities. How do we think about leveraging data, and how are you thinking about leveraging data to think about how streams of capital are allocated for social impact?
Yeah, so at FreeCap Financial, we're on a mission to be the world leader in social impact investing data. So right now, our first data set makes it possible to invest in public equities that are leaders in fair chance hiring, but also divest from the companies that are still profiting from our broken prison system. And what our data allows people to do is also to take the subjectivity out of the harm being done. So you can help us, starting with now, I'm trying to dismantle the prison industrial complex. Now, data is super important to me. My background is in engineering. And so in engineering, nothing gets done until you know what is going to happen, right? You take a lot of data, do a lot of measurements so that you know what the result is going to be. Obviously, in business, that's not possible. And then it gets especially difficult when you're trying to balance what are going to be the financial returns with what are going to be the impacts? Are there any trade-offs? What's going to happen? And while I don't think data and AI are going to be a magic ball to be able to let us predict the future, I do think that what data is going to bring is trust and transparency, or at least like trust through transparency. And I'm here because of the trust and transparency. I was a fellow at Halcyon for a different venture, which ended up not going anywhere. But because the programs of Halcyon are so good at generating trust and transparency, that's how I met Tanay, who founded FreeCap. And we realized that we had very compatible skills. And 2 years later, here I am. So I want to also bring a second example for that trust and transparency and an impact, which is Costco, one of the companies we rate. So Costco is in a lot of divestment lists because they use prison labor. Now, the reason we know that Costco uses prison labor is because they actually audit their supply chain. So we do not put Costco in our divestment list because we want other companies to audit their supply chains and know what the harm that is being done instead of simply ignoring the problem. Of course, Costco is also setting plans and on a route to stop using prison labor. So I think the essence, right, just trust and transparency so that investors can truly understand the impact, the trade-offs, and invest with their values.
It's fantastic and really love the work that you're doing. You know, we've been hearing a lot about pushback against ESG, but I think what you're seeing at FreeCap is that there is a lot of market demand for people to be able, as you just said, to align their investments both at the earliest stages and in public equities with their value. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of the market demand and where you see things going?
Yeah, I think like Patrice mentioned, just the younger generations, millennials, even Gen Z more than millennials are just more interested in making sure there is impact, making sure that whatever they're investing aligns with their own values. And there's a lot of trade-offs that can happen. And I think something that, and I think I see this more with millennials is you see a company, you're like, well, this company is really good. So I'll give you another example, right? There is a tobacco company which scores very well in fair chance hiring, but they're a tobacco company. And so I think something that we'll be able to tell and we'll be able to see and people will be able to generate more this trust to bring more people into the field is this data. And that's kind of what we're going to see.
That's all very exciting. This is a question for all of you. I'd love to get kind of a quick take here. How can impact investors ensure that their funding supports not only the growth of entrepreneurs, but also addresses some of the systemic issues that may hinder the long-term success, specifically for underrepresented founders?
I think there's a couple ways, and I'm adding this one on just being here with Juan and hearing from with Memo earlier, with the show, but I think data is on our side. It's sort of, getting to that truth more quickly. And the more we front that, the less the biases that I think do exist in traditional investing and investing altogether. And from the investor side, I think that's going to be a really important trend. Before that, I might have given a different answer before today. I might have said something about intentionality, which I still think is important. We've got a lot of catching up to do. In 1988, I couldn't have gotten a corporate loan as a woman. I needed a man to co-sign with me, right? So intentionality is important. And then the data thing, I think, because it's the trust and transparency. And I love coming to Halcyon because I just learned something, I have another tool in my toolkit now, but yeah.
Something that I think a lot about is how do we nurture and support that next generation of talent? I think obviously Halcyon's a great example. In the example that I gave about a medical research organization with a hybrid investment fund, one of the things that we're seeing our clients do is they're supporting through incubators at the nonprofit that talent. So they are providing fellowships for kids. They look like kids to me now, as they come up, and they're looking at how do we get diverse talent so that the researchers in the labs that are going to invent the things that we want to commercialize are, look like all of us, right? Represent all of the communities that we have here. And then throughout the incubator process, they're also looking at that as well, and how do we nurture that talent? Because there are so many great minds, and it's how do those great minds get their product out, get access to capital? And just because they don't, their dad's golf buddy, they don't have a dad's golf buddy or something like that, but how do you connect those great thinkers with the capital? And so these types of incubator programs, I think, are just so wonderful for that. And we're seeing it at scale too. Now it's happening at scale. And this is like multiple of these incubators at major research institutions all across the country. So if you think about the number of researchers impacted, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I recently read about a concept called network orchestration. So it's being very diligent and to make a network based on a specific region or a specific impact field. Because something else that I think I've learned business or engineering is just relationships are everything, right? And if you don't have those relationships, and if the founders in that specific region or field don't have those relationships and those contacts, it's very hard to get traction and very hard to get anywhere. So it's really being very thoughtful about those networks and creating them, which Halcyon is very good at doing. So.
To quickly pick up on one thing that Bridget mentioned, one of the things that we've long said at Halcyon is that innovation is universal and opportunity is not. And a lot of what we do at Halcyon, a lot of what all of you in the room are doing is really creating those opportunities so that innovation can thrive and can address these seemingly intractable problems that we're trying to solve, aligned with the SDGs in health and climate and equity tech. And I just want to thank the panel. This has been a really fascinating discussion about both trends, but also it seems like we're maybe on the precipice of something that's going to tip in the direction that we know that we all believe that the future of business is impact driven, that financial returns don't have to come at the expense of social returns and vice versa, but there are great ways to align all of those interests to create great scalable businesses, create great investment opportunities, while also driving the impact that we're all trying to drive. So thank you very much to the panel.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll be hearing from a panel on health equity. Halcyon is focused on health as a core vertical of their work, empowering entrepreneurs across the United States and the globe. These ventures leverage tech to improve physical and mental health care outcomes and reduce barriers to quality, affordable healthcare. Earlier this year, Halcyon welcomed its first health cohort with founders who work in telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, medtech, femtech, preventative medicine, age tech, and more. Let's hear what the next panel has to say about increasing health equity for us all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I know we are the after lunch panel, so stick with me. I have a wonderful array of world-class experts up here on the stage. We are going to be excitingly talking about health equity and innovation related to health equity and technology. So I'm Nicole Kelm. I lead Deloitte's Health Equity Institute. You can think of that as part corporate philanthropy, part think tank, part internal consultancy for our firm. And I am joined by...
Good afternoon, Ariel Richardson. I'm the head of policy and advocacy at Morgan Health, which is a business unit at JP Morgan Chase, devoted to the 180 million Americans who receive their health insurance through work.
My name is Diana Sierra. I am the CEO of Bigirl, a company that works in the space of menstrual health. As you can tell from my accent, I'm very Latino. I'm also part of the Halcyon first cohort and super happy and honored to be here to share the experience and we have been doing in the space of mental health.
And amazing to be here. My name is Freddie. I am the head of global social impact at Hewlett Packard Enterprise. We're an edge to cloud company. The company split from the HP that you knew. So on one side is the printer and computer business, and my side, we look at hybrid cloud computing, supercomputing. It's wonderful to be here today.
Thank you. So let's get into it. What are the emerging trends in public health, healthcare that you believe will shape the future of global health? And we'll start with you, Ariel.
So one of the things that most employers, which is sort of our core group that we focus on, they're concerned about the cost of being able to continue to offer healthcare benefits to their employees. And I think because of the variation in the types of employers there are, you have your small, mid-sized businesses, which is very relevant to the group of folks in this room, and you have your large and jumbo employers, which is relevant if you are an entrepreneur with a solution that you would like them to purchase in this room. There are just different perspectives on how they have to handle that and approach that. And I think the thing that's really squeezing them is this increase of cell and gene therapies, personalized medicine, the new digital tools that on the one hand could actually cure you from having whatever the disease is, but on the other hand, it could be $2 million to cure you. And at the brass tacks of it, most employers are thinking, if I pay for this 5 years from now, will this employee even still work here? And so we're focusing on a lot of those trends, all in the spirit of making sure that those employers who want to keep offering employer-sponsored insurance understand novel ways to do it, some interesting solutions in the market to help them manage the costs, and also make sure that they're thinking about ways to improve employee outcomes by using some of these data tools and these AI tools to really mine their populations and learn what's going on with their employees and their dependents.
I will say most of the work that we do is in the continent of Africa. And now that you're talking about the future of global health, future is youth. The fact that half of the population is going to come from that continent, it means that all the solutions, whatever, if it's technology or products, they need to be youth-centered, designed for youth by youth to really address the issues that they care about, to make sure that they speak to their needs. In our case, most of the work that we have been doing in terms of creating platforms for educating youth at scale in menstrual health is making sure that whatever we are doing uses the youth as power, as the people that is going out and educating other youth. So I think in the future, what I see is this huge trend, making sure that we address and we tackle these issues from their perspective. And along with that, girls, like honestly, as we see things progressing in the space of menstrual health or like health in general, making sure that we keep women and girls at the center of the conversation and we design products and services that also speak to their needs.
Ready?
Yeah, I think, and maybe a sad trend is that we see rising costs in healthcare, decreasing customer experience. And for us, it's a sad trend. And then we toss in the topic du jour of AI. And I think we've peeled back the hood on the excitement around AI. At the core, AI needs data. And so we take a look at how can we better collect data, analyze data, derive value from data that keeps the underlying information private and secure? And then how can we use that to really benefit communities? And I think just from HPE's perspective, when we intersect technology with health and the trend there, what's really important for us is how do we as a company keep ourselves honest and develop technology with equity in mind? Knowing that sometimes tech solutions aren't necessarily equitable. So that's a trend that we see. That's a trend that we want to correct, if you will.
That makes a lot of sense. Next question is a lightning round question for you all. If there was one word you would want our audience to keep in mind in relation to innovation in the health equity space, what would that be? We'll start with Freddie.
Yeah, well, I think a word came up earlier, which is personalized, and I think personalized and precision is something that that we're going for. And to talk about AI again, there is, I think, we believe that if used right, can actually create a more personalized experience if we do it right.
Big if. Deanna, what do you think? What's your word?
Agency. And it's all about agency, building agency in yourself and also help others get that opportunity. Because if we do have the chance to have ownership, just as something as simple as your own body, the fact that you know how it works, that is something revolutionary. And that is something that when you ask these questions, like, what can I leave behind? Work towards that to building your agency and other people's agencies.
Cheating, compound word.
Not authorized. No, just kidding, please.
Sustainably integrated.
Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, I think when we think about even sort of the startup space, the venture capital space, we think about the philanthropic space, all of those things have a time limitation indicator to them. And one of the things that bears out in health equity is it takes anywhere from 5 to 10 years to really understand how an intervention has impacted population health. And so when we consider the intersection of venture capital, healthcare, technology, innovation, all of those things entering in the healthcare space, they've done so, trying to beat down the door of healthcare because they see this $4.7 trillion that the US spends every year in healthcare. But I think the part of this that they are not necessarily considering is the in and out. It's not necessarily congruent with healthcare. And I have two friends who said two things that I want to reference. One who believes that venture capital and healthcare just do not go together. One who believes that, you don't dabble in healthcare. So if you're going to be a venture capitalist or an investor in healthcare, getting deep in what you're doing is very important to understanding the pros, cons, ROI, and all those things.
That's helpful. So that leads me into the next question, because the themes that are emerging, some of these concepts around personalization, integration, the implication for me there is collaboration. And I used to serve in the US Navy, and we used to have a phrase that we would throw around: everyone wants to coordinate, no one wants to be coordinated, right? So I have a question for you all about coordinating with folks. What role do public-private partnerships play in advancing health equity and innovation? And how can those types of collaborations be strengthened to maximize impact? And I'll start with you, Deanna.
I think that the private sector is amazing in innovating and creating solutions that they are lean, that they are good, but you need government to be able to scale. So in our case, we have designed products that teach menstrual health in a very easy way. But the point that we really make a breakthrough was when the government of Mozambique and the government of Angola took our material and distributed at the school level. So that is us making sure that the private sector, or we are the ones who can, lead the innovation piece, but we work with governments to be able to scale it and take it to the next level.
That's helpful. Freddie, did you have a thought on that?
Yeah, no, I think part of that is a humility to recognize what we're good at and humility to recognize where we need others. And so for HPE, we're a tech company, right? We don't really know healthcare. We do know healthcare, but we rely on experts. So as an example, we create supercomputers. I think we're the only producer of exascale supercomputers. So these are computers that can do 1 quintillion operations per second. That's 1 and an 18 operations per second. But we don't just create these technologies for fun. We talk to governments to understand what research needs they have, universities to understand what research needs they have, and then design a system so that we can use it to, reduce the speed of drug discovery, increase the speed of drug discovery, actually, and improve disease diagnostics. And so I think partnerships in this case, each bringing something to the table and working towards a good outcome is what we look at.
I think they're absolutely essential for meaningful impact in health equity. The data shows that anywhere from 50 to 80% of a person's healthcare outcomes have nothing to do with the healthcare system. So then where are those opportunities to impact those other pieces of the puzzle? And even when you think about sort of the way that the government has Medicare and Medicaid, there's a lot of incentives to do things in those programs, but those people still have the same 50 to 80% of things that are not controlled by those programs. And so even as Medicare and Medicaid are trying to think about how do we really capture the unmet social needs, the social determinants part of this equation in the way that we do our design and financing. And I think those are things that will require, collaboration because again, you want to find a way to sustain these things. And you also want to make sure that there's buy-in. Where we are right now, I think, is everybody's happy to throw money at it for a time, but then you hit that, well, what am I getting for what I'm paying for, what I'm, investing? And we get back to that problem of patient. You have to have some patient capital. You have to have some understanding that it will take a little bit of time to have that bear out. And I think that the more you have synergy between the public and the private sector about these healthcare and health adjacent concerns, it will be this, iterative loop of learning. It will be the thing that over time strengthens the ability of both sides to think about health in the front end of a lot of things that don't necessarily seem health related. So if you're investing in a community like a JP Morgan, you're putting together a deal to put a development in a depressed or blighted community. Thinking about accessibility to a healthcare clinic, thinking about walkability, thinking about a park, thinking about sidewalks. These are some basic things that most of our underserved communities in the US lack, and those are the sorts of problems that can be solved with collaboration across sectors.
That's helpful. What's bubbled up for me listening to your responses is a question around impact. Because whether we are talking about equity-centered design or considering the end user in our design approaches or our philosophy around collaboration, patient capital, these types of things, how are your organizations and the innovative solutions you all are working on thinking about the measurement of impact in the work you all are delivering? Who wants to go first?
I can take that one. Basically, in order for us to be able to sell menstrual health, you have to measure the impact that access to this type of things have in people's lives. So for us, it has been the creating the space, education for market creation has been all based on data. So when we started working in this in menstrual health, it was like 10 years ago, and that literally wasn't nobody's radar. But thanks to the work and the diligence that we have been doing in capturing the data and making sure that we ask girls about their happiness levels when they happen to have the right products to go to school, making sure that we can communicate this properly has been the way that to move the needle. Why? Because funders don't fund on things that they don't understand. So if you have the data on hand and you are religiously capturing that impact, then you can go back and say, you know what? Yes, we're talking about girls in school, but like, what are the points that are holding people back to get into those opportunities? Here are the numbers. So that way you can move also legislation, because right now you're talking about creating product standards for these new products to enter the market. So it's all about making sure that you capture the data, but that you can communicate the data in a way that is digestible and also actionable.
Helpful. Freddie, anything you'd add, especially from the perspective of working at a systems change level when we're thinking about impact and creation of impact?
Yeah, there's something that Clayton Christensen said, which I really love. He said, people don't want to buy a quarter drill, they want to buy a quarter-inch hole. And sometimes technologists like to create things. Where I think we try to start from a systems level again is to understand the ecosystem, understand the outcomes that we're trying to drive towards, and then how can we help with that? And I think some of them it's easy to track, right? So can we triage cases more quickly? Can we reduce the time that frontline healthcare workers spend doing paperwork, right? Easy to track, easy to measure. Some things are a lot harder. I wish we could solve Alzheimer's by tomorrow. Probably not possible, but we can track the potential of technology. Are we building it in a way, again, that's more equitable? Are we pulling in the right people, getting the right representation, and then making a dent in the issue in proxy measures that we want to calculate? And again, I think then it's all about being honest with ourselves as we look at where we play in the ecosystem.
Ariel, anything else you'd add there, especially knowing that you have a policy background as well? Is there anything you would add around translating impact out, both in terms of what you were doing in your current role, but also back to policymakers in view of that public-private partnership we mentioned earlier?
Yeah, the bridge that I'm always sort of astonished doesn't exist is when I speak to a lot of rooms that have investors, is there isn't necessarily this belief of the importance of maybe finding an academic partner. Who is your evaluation partner? Who is the entity that has the quantitative, economic, et cetera, background to be able to validate the theory of change that comes with your solution against market dynamics and thinking, sort of prospectively about product market fit? Those are things that are absolutely essential because you can say, oh, I have this many contracts with this many different Medicaid programs and we're moving and we're growing. But if you haven't been able to, in those touches with those different programs, be able to start to tell a picture of, and on average, our ability to help beneficiaries navigate if they have 2 chronic conditions has meant that they now do not go to the emergency room as much. They have all found a usual primary care provider. They're all logging their A1C numbers to track, and some of them have actually gotten off of insulin or other sorts of forms of reliance for chronic condition management. There is the ability to do that with a lot of these amazing interventions that entrepreneurs are coming up with, but you have to be able to tell the tale because to the point of what actually can translate innovation and the scale of government to make the next millionaire for good out of this room or this organization is the ability for you to say, my product actually works. Here's the data that bears that out. Here is the way that our academics partners have curated this study such that now you can work with, I don't know, a partner like a Morgan Health, which is an interesting sort of organization with multifunction, a Halcyon, another sort of organization that has an advocacy arm, and start to tell the story of your success and your impact. And telling that to, for example, your local government officials as a start is a pebble in a pool, and that ripple will go out if you're doing your work successfully. But that research, that rigorous evaluation is so important, not just to demonstrating that someone can invest in you as you scale and grow. It is so that once this amazing intervention that you gave to the world is ready for prime time to be considered to be a part of the fabric of a government program or a government policy, you have done the work to provide them with the narrative that goes along with your solution.
Really powerful. I know we're almost at time. So another lightning round, ding, ding, ding. I will be asking each of you if you can leave this audience of primarily founders and funders/investors with one piece of advice or one thought before you exit the stage today, what would that be? And you all can go in whatever order you would like.
As a non-founder, maybe an aspiring founder, I would say you are brave by virtue of what you set out to do and continue to exist in that power in every room and space that may not necessarily feel welcoming. Understanding that at some point in time, you might have been the innovator that they were looking for just 10 years from now, and just really own the spaces and sit in them.
Very hard to go after that one.
I admire you all.
Oh, no. I know that this one may sound simple, but believing that you have what it takes whatever that is it that you're doing, that you're pursuing, like honestly, look at yourself in the mirror every day, and every time that sometimes you have doubts, and just look at that amazing person in the mirror and the fact that you are where you are, and then you manage to achieve whatever, going through college, like helping your family, driving a social venture, like just having being a responsible parent. You have what it takes. And that's all that you need. You just need to believe that you have what it takes.
Amen to that. I don't usually dole out advice. So maybe I'll give space to the fact that this month is Suicide Prevention Month. And particularly important, I think, with our discussion on health, because for men in the US, suicide is the 7th leading cause of death. And as a leader, as a founder, as a person, life can be lonely, stressful. And we're all on our journeys, and I'm on my own mental health journey, dealing with perfectionism, anxiety, performance, trauma, and personally as a suicide survivor, I think of how my mental health journey plays into who I am and who I want to be. And so not advice, but an offer that if I know you personally, I do not know you personally, that you can always feel free to reach out and I will always answer, and that you are never alone. In part because of this great community that Halcyon has built, for which I'm so grateful to be a part of. Yeah, that's just an offer that I'll make.
And I will add my unsolicited 2 cents. Keep going. These are not problems of a moment. You know, these are the problems of a lifetime. This is the work of a lifetime. So keep going, keep pushing, not necessarily always in the same way, not necessarily how you think it's going to look today, but keep going. We need your solutions. We need your talent. We need your skill. And with that, we are out of time. So thank you to the fabulous panel. Thank you to our wonderful audience. We are so grateful for your time and attention.
So
Halcyon's programs would not be possible without the incredible community that's come together over the past 10 years. Can I get everyone to put their 10s up? I mean, wow, that's incredible. And now our hands together to clap for the 10 years. So Halcyon's mentors, advisors, and leadership coaches have given tirelessly of their time and their expertise. I'm honored to be able to introduce this next segment. And these are like the trailblazers that have been the heartbeat of continuing to keep Halcyon going. And they're incredible community members with such a dedication to Halcyon and the next generation of social impact leaders. So let's clap them on. First, we'll hear from Marcella.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to see everyone over here. We are super excited about this day and about celebrating our 10th anniversary with you. As the director of programs, and I'm the director of programs at Halcyon, it's been my great privilege to introduce this panel because I have worked very closely with several of our mentors, advisors, pro bono partners, and we ask people in the Halcyon community to give their time, talent, and treasure to our fellows, and this generous group of people have consistently gone above and beyond. As we celebrate this milestone, we want to take a moment to everyone who volunteers their time, their dedication, their expertise, embodies the spirit of collaboration and community that defines Halcyon. So let's put our hands together for all of our support partners. In a moment, I'm going to welcome to the stage Wendy Luke of the HR Sage and Helen Manage of Manage Strategic LLC. And we're going to talk about their commitment to Halcyon. Wendy and Alan have been amazing mentors for me personally, for our fellows, and their contributions have been deeply appreciated by all the fellows who had the privilege of working closely with them. There's a reason why every time we have an event, there's always several founders around them asking for advice, trying to get a piece of their wisdom, and hearing about professional insights as well. Their insights have been instrumental in shaping the journeys of many, many fellows, and I can see some here on stage, and I'm sure that you agree with me. So please join me in welcoming Wendy and Helen to the stage. Thank you very much for being here. It's truly an honor to be with the two of you, as I just mentioned, and just your support to our mission and to what we have been doing for all these years. I would like to start with a question to you, Wendy. You've been a longtime supporter of Halcyon's work, and you've given countless hours to help our fellows develop as leaders, working with an incredible network of leadership coaches. If you could give one piece of advice to the Halcyon Fellows and other entrepreneurs in the audience about how to prioritize their personal leadership development, what would you say?
Well, I'm going to get away from how to prioritize your leadership development and instead give you a bit of advice about how you might reach your personal and professional potential. That might have more meaning. And so we're going to go to it's a compound answer, and that is a bit of advice. The first is to pause. We don't do that enough. And the second will be to center. And the reason to center is we all know what happens when we're under stress. I mean, we know that often we stop breathing. We know that we tend to collapse, our muscles contract. And that actually produces cortisol. And that then means that you're likely to lose some of the higher functioning part of your brain. And you might wind up doing things like narrowing your focus, or it could be that you're hypervigilant, or it could be that you become defensive. So instead, what you really want to do is to be able to get rid of that and get your brain back. And so I'm going to take you through or invite you to participate in a leadership embodiment centering. So that incorporates the martial arts and mindfulness and neuroscience. And it will really allow you to, because you're going to lengthen your muscles, you're going to change your breathing. Maybe you start breathing for the first time. You're going to smile and you're going to expand your space. And as a result, you're going to wind up going back and getting back into your prefrontal cortex. So you're likely to have even a little bit more perspective and a greater sense of possibility of, in fact, you might be more creative, you might be more productive, you might have better performance. And this, by the way, is in your personal life and at work. So with that, first I'll pause. And now I invite you at your seats to put your feet about hip width apart and to comfortably rest your hands on your thighs. And think of your spine and neck being long, that great posture of dignity. And then taking a deep breath up your spine and then cascading at your exhale down your front. And now thinking of something or someone that makes you smile, a real smile, that real smile. And now with your eyes looking forward as far as you can see, and as if you had eyes behind your head and could see all the way behind you, and you're expanding and balancing that space. And on your right side and your left side, again, just expanding all the space around you. And even above your head and below your feet. And what would it be like if you had just a little bit more ease in your body? Maybe your fingers relax a little, or your jaw relaxes a little, or your shoulders and move down just a little bit. And so for good measure, another inhale up your back, and that wonderful long exhale. You're smiling, you're expanding your space and relaxing. So you can use this many times in many ways. If you're angry, if you have too much to do, if you're stuck on making a decision, if you've just had a disagreement with someone, if you're about ready to have a difficult conversation, it's the sense of pausing and centering. And then if I were to give you just a second piece of advice, that would be when we get stuck, we get fixated, that narrow focus, and you want to let go, and you keep telling yourself to let go, and you don't let go, and you're just really getting more and more tight. It's a phrase that when you want to let go is to remind yourself to let go with grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. And if I may say so, I remember doing exercises like this and different than this with some of our fellows in the past. And I have a very fond memory of a really special moment that we did this with one particular fellow who said that she had never pitched for her business before. Her co-founder was the person that used to pitch. And we had that exercise, and I could see, you know, week after week, that person saying like, I'm going to push myself and I'm going to try to pitch because, you know, we're co-founders. Maybe I'm going to be the one that pitches for our venture in the future. Lo and behold, a couple of months later, they get invited to pitch internationally. That's the person that was not used to pitch is the one that goes to that pitch competition, and they're really successful in that. And every time that she pitched, I could see that she would do like, and smile and then start with confidence. And it was a very special moment. Not sure, I saw her today. Maybe she's here in the audience, but you know who you are. But that's just one example. It's we had so many fellows in the past, and they've taken that knowledge, that wisdom, that practice, and been able to improve. So thank you very much. Now moving to Helen. Thank you very much for being here with us. Another longtime partner that has worked with so many founders. And my question to you is, as a leader in marketing where you have consulted for so many major companies, we are very, very grateful that you always make the time to connect with our Halcyon fellows as a mentor. What makes you come back to the Halcyon community year after year?
Well, let me start with how I got to Halcyon. I was introduced to Halcyon actually by Wendy Luke. I got a phone call from a friend who had talked to Wendy, and Derek Hosea of One Lamp from Uganda was the first African fellow. And there was no one who had worked in the African markets. And so Carl called me and said, on a Friday after sunset, I'm Jewish, I'd been traveling internationally. My mother was dying. I had just walked in the door. And he says, I need you to do something that you're going to love. And there's this fellow and da-da-da-da-da. And I said, Carl, I'm exhausted. My mother's dying. I'm leaving out of the country on Monday. I just can't. So Carl says the magic Jewish word on a Friday after sunset. He said, Helen, this is a mitzvot. So I took a deep breath. I said, okay, Sunday, 1 o'clock, my dining room, and I want 2 chocolate gluten-free cupcakes from Georgetown Cupcake. And so that's how I met Wendy. Wendy came, brought Derek Hosea, and that was the start. Now, I was very busy. I was traveling internationally, and 17 comes, I'm back in the States. I start going back to Silicon Valley to people I've consulted with. And I'm told, if you can believe this, people who know me are going to be shocked. I was told that I was irrelevant. And I sat back and said, oh, really? So I went to the next Halcyon showcase. And I pulled up to Ryan Ross and said, could you use a mentor on the path to the revenue stream? And he said, could you do office hours? I said, sure. So Thursdays, starting with cohort 8, and I haven't left ever since. So why? What's fabulous is I get to open the present that every fellow is and where they come from and the problem and how do they see it and their solution and how did they get there? And then I get to work with them and weave my knowledge and my experience and my network with them. And with each fellow, there's a different textile. There's a different wovenness that happens. And why do I stay? Well, Ringo Starr was recently interviewed as to why he keeps touring. And he said, I just love being in a band. I just love being in a band, and I love the band of creating businesses. And with each cohort, I get to do that over and over and over again. And I get to have all these different genres and all these different riffs. And with many fellows, I still talk to Derek Hosea. I work with many fellows even afterwards, because helping someone build a business isn't a couple of meetings. It's about really getting to know the person, understanding their strengths and weaknesses. How do we help them know what they don't see? How do we network them with the right people? And I get to weave all of these different textiles on and on and on. So guys, I'm here till I drop. But I wouldn't be a good person in business development if I didn't have an ask, which is, all of you who are not mentoring, I invite you to this adventure, because I want you not only to discover the kind of presence I have, I invite you to find presence about yourself that you've forgotten. So come join the adventure.
Thank you very much. And one thing that I'll add about my experience working with Helen is that, again, these two, they come to our events, they engage with the fellows, and the fellows are always around them asking questions, asking things. And there was one time after we had a really lovely happy hour in our beautiful garden at Halcyon. And this fellow talked to Helen for a while. After it, he came to talk to me, and I was like, "Oh, you talked to Helen? Like, I'm sure it was a very meaningful conversation." And he was like, "Oh, it was amazing." I was like, "Yeah, she's one of the best partners that we have." And he was like, "No, she's one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life. It's not just, about path to revenue, which is important for everyone, but he said, like, that's one of the best human beings I've met." So thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them again. And to add, because I see that we have some time, and if I can add one more question here, kind of off script. I've told the fellows recently that Halcyon, we're 10 now, and the programs have changed throughout the years, and some things change. And what I told them is that from our perspective, the one thing that remains the same, maybe some sessions that they will have will be different. Now we're going to do a panel on this, or we're going to invite a different expert. But the thing that doesn't change for me is that we got their back, is that we're here for them, and is that we are going to help them however we can. We're on their corner to support, to celebrate their wins, to, just listen to them when they need to share something. And that's the thing that hasn't changed at all. So I'd like to ask both of you, what hasn't changed for you?
It's interesting. It's interesting that you say about hands on back, because there were several of us, Dan was one of them, talking with one of the fellows, and actually it was someone that I had coached previously, and she was really dealing with something in her life that was immediate and pressing. And it was clear that she was really somewhat traumatized. And my comment to her, and I put my hand on her back, literally, and said, "My hands are on your back. All of us have our hands on your back. We're here for you." And that's always been a really important and gratifying part of Halcyon. It's something I've done, Helen's done. By the way, there are the most remarkable leadership coaches from cohort 1 to the present who have given so much of their time, and they come back time and time again because they love helping people who are going to change the world. And they feel incredibly gratified. And so many of the coaches continue to have relationships with the fellows long after the cohort is done. So like Helen, there's a reason we keep coming back, and it's because of the fellows and what they're doing here at Halcyon and what they do afterwards.
I would say that one of the things that hasn't changed, but is going to continue to evolve, is as there are more fellows, I've really made a lot of effort to try and connect different fellows. and to see where the networking is. And it's one of the things that over the next 12 months, I really want to figure out how to do more of that. How do we leverage technology so that we understand both in our supporters, in our fellows, and their connections, how do we make this network really start to hum? So the intent and the aspect of that is always there and doesn't change. But now that we've been around for 10 years, we've got a lot more resources to do it in a really much more dimensional way.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And now what I would like to do is to invite on stage our President and CEO, Dan Barker, who's going to present you with an award. And Kate Goodall, our former CEO. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Well, that's not strong. How's everyone doing? Great, that's what I like to hear. Okay, so my name is Mercy Eriawarian Susu, and it's my privilege to introduce today Mr. Strive Masiyiwa's remarks, and he's a gentleman for whom I have the utmost respect. For those of you who may not know him, he is more than just one of Africa's most successful businessmen. I would say he's an unconventional African. An entrepreneur at heart, he was raised in a family of small business owners who owned restaurants, shops, and a taxi business in Zimbabwe. Throughout his career, Mr. Masiyiwa has exemplified Halcyon's value of nimbleness, taking on and mastering roles that were initially outside of his plan and leveraging the opportunities that life gave him. He demonstrated resilience and a propensity for risk tolerance when time and again he created businesses that addressed the frustrations within the Zimbabwean ecosystem. His faith, his ability to nurture optimism, and his enduring grit paved the way for the success of Econet, the telecoms company he founded in Zimbabwe, which grew to over 20 countries, including the continent of Africa, Latin America, the United Kingdom, China, the UAE, and so much more. Perhaps what makes Mr. Masiyiwa unconventional is his commitment to generosity. He is one of 3 African families and Africa's wealthiest families to commit to the Bill and Melinda Gates Giving Pledge, which is a really awesome thing, I think. In addition to this, he supported African smallholder farmers through the Go-Getters Prize, and he mobilized $15 billion in investment for African agriculture. He's an avid philanthropist, having raised millions of dollars to address pandemics and epidemics in the continent, including COVID, cholera, and Ebola. I think most of all, I'm very appreciative of his support of African entrepreneurs as a Nigerian myself, because these are the entrepreneurs who are shaping the future of the continent. And while he's not able to join us today, I want to ask you to join me in giving him a warm welcome as we receive his remarks. Thank you.
Hello. It's such a great honor to have been nominated for this award. Thank you so much. I'm deeply humbled. I'm humbled particularly because of what you focus on. But these are things that are close to my heart. The things that I hope that I've tried to illuminate in my own life. the importance of entrepreneurs, both for profit and not for profit, particularly those entrepreneurs who pursue what they do for with a sense of purpose to positively impact society. The challenges we face today around the world are challenges that can be tackled if more and more entrepreneurs are given opportunities, their ideas are accepted, resources are made available to support entrepreneurs on a global scale. My own continent, Africa, is teeming with entrepreneurs. They just need people to trust them, believe in them, believe that they can solve their problems. You're going to be pleasantly surprised. The future is bright for Africa. Africa will succeed, and Africa will light the way to many of the challenges we see today. Thank you to the participants, thank you to the organizers. I wish I could have been there with you, but because of other commitments, I'm unable to be there. But I'm with you in spirit, and I wish you all Godspeed and a successful summit. Thank you.
Bless you. As we continue today's program, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge something that touches every single one of us: climate change. Whether we realize it or not, we're all living with its impact every day, and there's no one in this room who won't be affected by it in some way. But here's the hopeful part. There are brilliant people at work who are dedicated to finding solutions. They're developing groundbreaking innovations that help us not only adapt to our changing world, but also build a more resilient future. Halcyon is proud to support entrepreneurs across the globe who are tackling these challenges head-on, working in areas like renewable energy, green building technologies, sustainable agriculture, and more. Earlier this year, we hosted our first climate residential cohort, and next year we'll have no fewer than 4 programs that aim to tackle climate challenges head-on. Let's welcome the next panel to the stage and hear solutions about some of their innovative solutions.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. So I'm pleased to moderate this esteemed panel. We're going to be talking about climate change. It is quite near and dear to my heart. I am coming from a tech background, and so what I've found, at least between the difference between the two spaces, is that climate change, at least to the average Joe, doesn't seem as exciting as technology. And so one of my personal missions is to really push that narrative to make climate change sexy again, or at least sexy for the first time in a real way, so that we can take advantage of the things that we're doing. But today I have Irene, I have Anderson, and I have Seth. And so I'm going to give you guys just a few seconds to introduce yourselves. Starting with you, Irene.
Thank you, and thank you to the Halcyon team for the invitation. Great to be in this summit with all of you. I'm Irene Arias Hoffman. I'm the CEO of IDB Lab. IDB Lab is the innovation and venture capital arm of the Inter-American Development Bank. For those of you who know the multilateral development bank system, IDB is the only multilateral that has a dedicated innovation and VC arm. So we are there to really take more risk that is harder for the public arm, for IDB, or for our main private sector arm, IDB Invest, to take. And that includes supporting climate tech companies. We've funded over 300 of them in the last few years, and look forward to discussing what are the gaps and opportunities ahead.
Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm Anderson Barco, one of the co-founders and CFO at Box Power. I was a Halcyon Fellow in 2019, and really a pleasure to see everybody again. At Box Power, we're really reimagining how people in rural areas get power. We build these off-grid solar power plants or solar microgrids that provide power to these rural customers as an alternative to a distribution line getting hardened or upgraded or built for the first time. And we've got about 60 projects in some stage of construction across North America, and excited to chat about climate.
Hi there, I'm Seth Goldman. It's great to be back with Halcyon. I was with the first class 10 years ago and excited to see how it's grown since then. The companies I'm involved in all sort of fall under this umbrella we call Eat the Change. And it's all about recognizing that what we eat is our single biggest daily impact on the planet. And so starting with Honest Tea, then going on to an organic baby food company called Happy Baby. And then I'm now chair of the board of Beyond Meat. And then when Honest Tea got discontinued, which was a sad moment for a week, and then I realized it was an amazing opportunity, and we've just relaunched Just Iced Tea, which just this month became—
Same formula.
Just this month has become as large as Honest Tea was. So we're 2 years in with Just Iced Tea, and we're now as large as Honest Tea was after its 10th year. So we're off to a fast start growing. And thank you. And then the last venture is a restaurant chain called PLNT Burger or Plant Burger or Planet Burger, depending on your preference. And so all about how do we get people to develop more consciousness about their diets, and how do we make brands and restaurants and occasions for them to have choices where they can eat the change towards a better climate.
Nice. Congratulations to both of you. Irene, so I've been reflecting with you backstage. So for context, so I happen to run an ocean farm. We focus on like climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I was reflecting to you that, some of the main challenges that we had with respect to operating was financing. And I also reflected that we had been doing this dance with IDB for a few years. And so from your perspective, I wanted to get a more clearer understanding of like what are the biggest challenges for early stage companies or climate change solutions, and with respect to financing or at least accessing capital. I wanted to kind of share how the IDB lab is addressing some of these challenges, and what promising new tools that you guys might have up your sleeve that we can probably be aware of today.
All right, thanks. So first, IDB Lab has a mandate to support companies that can show an impact in any of the 26 countries that are part of Latin America and the Caribbean. They can be headquartered somewhere else, but we want to see the impact there. So to begin with, one of the challenges is that the level of maturity of the entrepreneurial system in these countries is so varied and it's rather fragmented in general. And when it comes to climate, even more. So the solution is by no means a one-size-fits-all solution. And it's also not just about the financing. So we do provide financing. We think that there's still a huge gap. Overall, VC investment in Latin America and the Caribbean is only 0.01% of GDP. So it's way behind other regions. And when it comes to climate, it's much, much, much smaller. And so first of all is making sure that we can put enough capital. We deploy about 100 million a year, and we mobilize several times more. That's just a drop in the ocean. So we do need to have funding, yes, and we do it in the form of loans, equity directly into the startups or the other types of entrepreneurs. Sometimes they are not super high growth tech startups. Sometimes for certain areas, they are more like in forestry or community development, or in regenerative agriculture. They tend to be a little bit more traditional businesses or sustainable growth businesses that require less equity, perhaps can absorb more debt. So we do see that there's still a huge gap in those products, and also in terms of finding the right intermediaries, because sometimes we're not super efficient doing it directly. So we have backed as limited partners over 100 VC funds. And we see that a higher and higher percentage every year when they apply to us, and about 140 apply every year, a higher and higher percentage have a climate thesis, or at least a focus, more than 25% of their portfolio will be in climate tech. So that's good news. We'll keep doing that. But the second piece is knowledge, connections, systems, the systems around it. So we do have some grant funding that can help on that front to make sure that we create the conditions for the scalability of those investments as well. But again, it's all about the right product for the right maturity level of the company, and then if you are an entrepreneur that is between seed and Series B, we are your right fit. Otherwise, we have other solutions as part of the IDB group or other intermediaries that can support you in other stages. And I'm hoping that we can do something together in Jamaica. That was his pitch earlier.
As somebody who also runs a farm, Seth, I know we think about food systems a whole lot. In fact, I think we can most empathize on at least the role that it plays in our entire ecosystem in just keeping people alive. But for you, as a pioneer in your space, what role does food systems play in contributing to climate change? And what are the opportunities for leveraging our food systems to help tackle climate change? How should we be thinking about this synergy?
Yeah, so it's very easy to look at our food system and say it's an extractive industry. It basically takes resources from the earth and sort of feeds back a lot of toxic chemicals that kill off the ecosystem. And you can flip that and say, instead, we can be nurturing the planet while we feed ourselves. So organic is critical and in terms of preserving ecosystems and the flora and fauna. Plant-based is also really important. When we look at an animal-based food system that requires 97% more water, 97% more land to make a pound of protein versus a plant-based approach, you could have dramatic change in terms of the resources we're taking from the earth to feed ourselves. And then another key element is biodiversity. There's 6 crops that represent 57% of all agricultural production, which is first bad for the diet, but also bad for the planet because you're creating homogeneity that is very susceptible to climate shocks. It's not a resilient planet. And so when we can spread more biodiversity into our diets, it's the same thing happens to the planet. It becomes more resilient. And especially as climate change is having the impact it's having, it's critical. So those are all sort of science-based approaches. The challenge is how do you convert that into a delicious, fun product that people like to eat? And so that's kind of the work that the entrepreneur can do.
Yeah, we tend to be easily distracted,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
But switching gears just a little bit, Anderson, Box Power. You guys have been, just focusing on tackling our energy system, and Box Power has been at the forefront of deploying renewable energy solutions. What challenges have you faced in, scaling some of these technologies, and how have you been able to overcome them? I know from speaking to you before, you guys are mainly in California, but you have a lot of work just scattered throughout North America. How are you trying to build capacity in that way?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. It's been 8 years of significant challenges, and they keep popping up. And I think one of the biggest ones for us is working within the current ecosystem, right? And that means working with utilities themselves. And so utilities are our main customers across California, Washington, Oregon. We just submitted a bid with JPS yesterday. So hopefully expanding
Wait,
more.
You said JPS?
Yeah.
As in my JPS?
Yeah.
Jamaica?
Yeah.
Oof.
But with those entities, they are behemoths that have the scale to help you scale, but they also have a particular way of doing business, are highly regulated. And with that comes a lot of challenges, from cash flow to being patient to waiting 8 years. And so I think one of my big lessons is just patience and planning for really, really long times to deployment. And I think fortunately we've been really conservative with our fiscal planning, and that's helped us stand the test of time and now be at a place where we're a lot more comfortable with a wide number of projects across utilities.
Sticking on that trend though, Anderson, so I guess since you come into Jamaica, hopefully, what do you see as like some of the other biggest opportunities, within the next few years for entrepreneurs in your space?
Yeah, I think one big area that's catchy recently is bring your own power. So as we think about what's happening with the grid right now, with the electrification of everything, including EVs, including AI coming online, but including just a lot more manufacturing also coming back to the US, is this massive increase in demand on the utility grid in places that the utility never expected that demand to happen. And so what that's going to look like is either the utilities figuring out how to deploy systems more quickly, or companies and industry having to figure out how to bring their own power to these places. And so that's one trend we're really excited about. It involves lots of, battery technology, involves lots of generation in a distributed way. And so I think that's one particular area we're pretty excited about.
Seth, I guess same thing for you though. What is the future of I guess climate change innovation for entrepreneurs or want to be entrepreneurs within the space?
Yeah,
like, should we also focus on tea? Should we? What is it?
Well, I'm certainly focused on food because, as I said, that's such an area of impact. But it's also an area of opportunity because for so long, for decades, most of our food choices have been monopolized by a handful of companies. And so I think consumers now are fed up with that and want to have a more diversity of choices. And they also have the ability they're empowered now either to buy directly or to go away from, call it big food. And so I think what's exciting now is we see a lot of entrepreneurs come up and I think I guess in all sectors, but if I feel it particularly in food, a lot of companies go under, they don't make it. And so finding the right path and, the plant-based space has been through a shakeout. It's been a tough, past 18 months. But what we see now is sort of, and part of that was due to a reaction from the established industries, meat and dairy. What we're seeing now is that consumers are basically coming back to, okay, no, this does still make sense. And then it's, the challenge for the companies. You still have to make it delicious. You still have to make it fun. And you still have to make, the nutritional profile competitive. And we're seeing that. So I wouldn't necessarily encourage people to think about plant-based meat, but I do think there's other plant-based analogs where there's opportunity.
See, Irene, I know that you at least more so take a high-level purview at looking at the general landscape with respect to deploying money. Where do you see the pockets or the gaps that currently exist for potential climate entrepreneurs that you guys would like to probably put money into that you probably haven't had the chance to or even want to see movements in that area?
Yeah, so definitely, and if you think about the opportunities that entrepreneurs may have in Latin America and the Caribbean, two things come to mind. The first is agriculture and Latin America and the Caribbean being the largest net exporter of agriculture in the world. So there is a massive opportunity to improve the whole chain, to make it more sustainable and do all the great things that Seth has done here, doing it, but with the endowment that Latin America and the Caribbean has. We have seen huge successes already. We have seen funds like GridX, they work with SOSV, and they are really going into scientific discoveries as well in terms of new proteins and looking at really research-based solutions that can transform the means of production as well. But others like the Yield Lab or SP Ventures that are backing companies that are helping more in terms of the value chain. So, for example, Arado, it used to be called Clicampo. It's a company in Brazil, and they are actually transforming completely as a marketplace, the ability for small producers to get more for their product and get it better to customers that want that diversified choice. And that's also something that people in Latin America and the Caribbean and the rest of the world demand. So that can be, I think Latin America is a powerhouse for these kind of solutions. And the second is biodiversity, because you have Latin America and the Caribbean with less than 15% of the arable of the land mass in the world and more than 50% of the biodiversity. But it does take time, and it requires, if for renewable energy, which is the most invested category in climate, it takes patient capital. For biodiversity solutions, it takes even more, or nature-based solutions, even more patient capital. So, but those are the two big buckets. And then generally speaking, I mean, because so much it has been done in mitigation compared to adaptation, we think that there is a lot to do in adaptation as well, in general, across the board.
And I think one thing just to add on would be that a lot of climate requires physical construction, physical infrastructure to be built. And I think there's all these great technologies that people have and that are getting funded, but not a lot of construction innovation is happening. And I think as we think about how can we more quickly deploy infrastructure, I think that's going to be a big theme that there's opportunity in the next 5 or 10 years.
I'm not done with you as yet, Irina. So you basically said that biodiversity is something that we need to focus on. What I have been seeing is that at least it is just very difficult to do, or at least to finance biodiversity related and nature-based solution projects. Are there any more unique, at least tricks that you guys probably have, or you personally are thinking about with respect to how to support some of these more ambiguous projects that need a lot of support to get to the capacity of, say, the engineered solutions with respect to renewable tech?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, again, Terrazos is an example we were talking about earlier. A company in Colombia, they have been able to preserve a lot of forestry, building what they call habitat banks and measuring the value of that and the ecosystem services and issuing tokens. We know that, again, it's not just the financing that they need, it's the entire system around it and the regulatory environment as well. So we launched an initiative called Natura Tech to help build those systems in not just in Colombia, but in other countries, so that companies and entrepreneurs like you who are actually on building the ecosystem services don't have to do all that legwork. But it's much more complex for sure than some of the other solutions we were talking about, like this, like Arado, like this marketplace. So we take a portfolio approach, but we do want to make sure that we do enough to preserve the biodiversity and building companies. So again, he's pitching for his company. We're gonna have to do something together.
Definitely. I know we're running short on time, but I want to squeeze things in. Seth, as a fellow biodiversity entrepreneur, what do you think? What more do you think that we need with respect to unique financing opportunities to kind of push the needle?
Yeah, I mean, for most food entrepreneurs, it's angel funding, right? So that's just a lot of legwork. We actually at Plantburger are just about to start a crowdfunding campaign. It's something we've never done before, but and I've always had a little hesitation because I've seen so many of these things not work out well. But I feel like, the business, when it gets to a certain point, you can democratize these, and so being able to tap, especially food brands where you usually have a wide base, letting not just democratizing the food, but democratizing access to these kinds of investments could be an interesting path. We haven't done it yet, so I'll check back next year and let you know.
Okay, thank you. I think this is it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for tolerating and accepting us. And thank you to the fellow panelists.
All right. How are you guys doing? Feeling good? Feeling inspired? For our closing keynote, we're going to hear from another amazing speaker and leader, Maria Blow, President and COO at the Skoll Foundation. Marla is an incredible business leader and has deep experience in economic inclusion after years as a corporate executive, a federal regulator, an entrepreneur, and an angel investor. Throughout Marlo's career, she has been an unwavering and committed person and purpose-driven leader in both the private and public sectors. Let's hear what she has to say about how philanthropy can play a role in building a more equitable and just world for us all.
All right, musical accompaniment, I like it. So good afternoon. It is such a pleasure to be here with all of you, and I got to sit in and listen to a little bit of what was said, hear some of the panels, see some people I know, and get to absorb a little bit of the arena, a little bit of the ecosystem that's present here today. So bravo to all of you for what you've been able to do, for what you've pulled together. Absolutely, absolutely. I think one of the things that's really exciting for me, why I love participating in Halcyon and being a part of Halcyon's efforts, is that in addition to leading all of our grant making and all of the work that gets done at the Skoll Foundation, what got me there is a 25-year career in financial services. And during that time, I spent about 5 or 6 years as an entrepreneur. So being here, I feel like I'm talking to my people, right? People who've been through it, people who've been in the trenches, people who have had to roll up their sleeves and power through and make something happen in the face of overwhelming odds. And once that gets in your blood, right? Once you're an entrepreneur, my view is sort of always an entrepreneur, right? You've had sort of the ups, the downs, the bumps, the bruises, right? Everything that comes along with that experience. And so I just want to talk a little bit about what that means, right? About why that led me to philanthropy and how I leverage the tools of philanthropy to drive change, right? To drive the change the experience for entrepreneurs and how philanthropy can play a role in changing that. So I will just say that in 2014, right, I started a credit card company of my own. That's after spending time in large corporate. I spent some time as a regulator. I've looked at financial services and financial products from a variety of angles and observed a gap in the market and decided that I would go and fill that gap. So this is a bad idea, right? Like there are gigantic incumbents in this space, right? There's a reason why credit cards come from large banks. It's an extremely capital intensive business. It takes a ton of infrastructure to make that exist. And you have to think back, right? Some of you, I don't know, might have still been in high school in 2014, right? So this is before things like Carta and seed stage capital angel investor groups being really widespread. And there's a huge ecosystem that exists now that entrepreneurs can avail themselves of that did not exist at the time. So again, this was not something that I would recommend. And like all good entrepreneurs, in I went, right, to go and launch my credit card company focused on offering traditional credit to underserved people, right? People who had been outside of the financial mainstream for a variety of reasons, right? Either they're using payday loans, pawn shops, auto title, right? This whole swath of really difficult products that's out there. And I just couldn't look away from that, right? I care about that issue. I care about the people that are relegated to using those products and wanted to create just a fair chance, right? Just an opportunity for that customer to get back into the financial mainstream and generate a reasonable, profitable, sustainable business for myself and for our investors. So I went about, and actually I should add, for entrepreneurs that are thinking about your own journeys, I had one major advantage, and it's a big one, which is I had someone who was willing to do this with me. He became the board chair, and he wrote me the first $300,000 check. So that is a huge plus. And for people that have gone out there to try to raise the first dollar, right? That is a non-trivial speed bump. So I recognize that was a huge plus, and it got me to leave, an otherwise perfectly normal job, right? To go off and take this on. And so for me, I'm going to skip ahead in the story, right? And just say that, I built the organization, we issued credit cards, we built up a $50 million business, I raised $150 million of capital, right? Like there's a whole bunch of things that went into that. I'll just pretend like that went up and to the right. And anybody that's an entrepreneur knows that there's no such thing as up and to the right, right? So this was a roller coaster. There were plenty of ups and downs. There were multiple near deaths. There was a stop and restart. There was a problematic capital provider, right? There's everything you can think of, right? I made every mistake and had every experience that new CEOs have, right? I kept problematic but brilliant employees around too long, and they will destroy your company. I had no independent directors on my board. So everybody on my board was an investor. So they're thinking about their capital, right? Not thinking about the business. Or I should say, they're thinking about their capital and the business, ideally. I'll leave it to you to decide which way you think that tipped. But I think ultimately, I had capital that was not a match for what I wanted to do, right? I'm thinking about building a business that has a mission that generates a fair return, and I am partnered up with capital that is maximizing its return to the exclusion of all else. And what that meant is we had a constant tug of war, right? It was friendly-ish, and we were all ultimately on the same team. But we were actually trying to accomplish two very different things. And that tension was palpable throughout this journey. At every turn, there's an opportunity to raise fees. There's an opportunity to raise interest rates. There's an opportunity to lower the credit availability. There's an opportunity to reduce the quality of the customer service, right? All of those things drop to the bottom line. But my whole point is to treat this customer with dignity, right? That does not need to come at the expense of the humanity of the people that we're trying to serve. So my constant battle with these capital providers was overwhelmingly, for me, the takeaway of my entrepreneurial journey, right? I sold the company 6 years later in 2019, and I took stock, right, of ultimately, what did I learn, right? And where did I want to apply myself after this experience? And for me, it really was this sense that something has to change about that system, right? That I had been in this system, like I said, as an executive, as a regulator, right? I'd actually worked in the federal government and regulated this arena. I had now been an entrepreneur, and I just realized that there's a bigger, broader system at work. And so in the role I'm in now at the Skoll Foundation, I bring my perspective of having been in financial services to the space and the field of philanthropy. And I'm paradoxically, I suppose, in philanthropy in the interest of changing the capital markets, right? And for people who are in or accustomed to interacting with philanthropy, they don't describe themselves as capital markets actors. But people who raise capital are acutely aware of the fact that foundations are very much part of the capital markets, and that they are out raising money from all of these endowments, right? There's $850 billion sitting in the endowments of foundations across this country. And the opportunity, to my mind, is to activate and engage the endowment in the alongside and in the exact same way that we are engaging and making grants. Thank you. And shifting this sector, right, and getting more of that capital into places where it can make a difference is the most important opportunity to enable all the entrepreneurs at Halcyon and places like Halcyon all across this country. And we operate globally, so frankly, I'll say globally, is for organizations like ours to take this responsibility seriously, right? So I'll talk a little bit about what that means and how I do that. So I'm responsible for overseeing all of our grant making, the delivery and execution of our strategy, all of what it takes to deliver a world of peace and prosperity for all, right? And that's the purpose and mission of the Skoll Foundation. I also, and I think I'm perhaps the only person in philanthropy where I also lead and in partnership with our asset manager, the investing of our endowment, right? So we have a $1.7 billion endowment. We are limited partners in a whole host of funds all over this country. And what you all either know already as entrepreneurs or will soon find out is that general partners, the people who you are pitching to, are very responsive to what their limited partners ask of them. And that as a limited partner, I and we have an opportunity to ask a different set of questions. What are these companies what are the metrics that you're using to evaluate the performance and the impact of the companies in these portfolios? What are the demographics of the organizations that we have hired to manage money on our behalf? When I ask that question, and this is a real example, I generally get sort of the deer in headlights, right? And the answer is like, I don't know, right? And my response to that is, well, how do you think you might find out, right? You should go ask. And then there's the dawning slowly that I'm not planning on going anywhere, right? So you're not going to wait me out and just say that this question is going to go away, right? This is not a sort of initiative du jour, right? This, for me, is about changing the way we operate permanently, right? This is about changing the benchmarks and the parameters that are keeping people out, right? That keep the check writing and the empowerment and the decision-making in the hands of the same people and shifting that paradigm. And that starts with us looking at both sides of our balance sheet, choosing general partners and asking them for a different set of metrics that includes the impact that they are having, the impact that the companies in the portfolio are having, and how that contributes to the mission of what we are trying to accomplish in our grant making, right? That all has to go together. And then the last piece, right, and just to sort of reflect on what it really means to drive change and what it means to act in partnership is to be collaborative, right? To share this story as broadly as I can, to look for like-minded partners in this arena, to look for like-minded partners in other arenas, right? That means public sector, that means private sector, right? That means other foundations, other kinds of philanthropy, right? High net worth individuals and family offices, and that we can pair up, right? And work together to really come at these problems with all the tools that are in the hands of different parts of the ecosystem. That there are different tools, different preferences, different ideas, different opportunities, but working together, we have an opportunity to shape this so that all of you, right? The entrepreneurs that are coming through Halcyon now, the entrepreneurs that are coming through Halcyon in the future will come into an environment that is different, better, easier, more diverse, right? And more committed to the combination of impact and return, which I don't fundamentally believe is a contradiction in terms or is necessarily in tension with each other. So that is my promise to you, right? So while you are out building your businesses, while you are out dreaming up the next thing, pursuing the thing that everybody has told you is a bad idea, and you just can't stop yourself from doing it, I want you to know that I am out there looking to make a little bit of a dent in this side of the system, right? Creating a new kind of limited partner, asking new sets of questions, bringing new actors to the table, and hopefully changing the system from that vantage point after having interacted with it and a whole bunch of others. So I wish you luck. I wish you well. I am here to tell you all the ins and outs. There's lots of horrible broken bones and bruises and everything else that happened on my path as an entrepreneur. I'm happy to share all of it. There has to be a beverage, so I'm not going to do it here today. It requires wine, right? I think what's the phrase? We're going to need more wine, right? So thank you very much for having me. Good luck.
Nice job. All right. In the spirit of looking forward, it's my honor to introduce Kim Johnson-Roberts, Halcyon's Executive Vice President, who will share more about the exciting next chapter for Halcyon.
Wonderful words. We will provide the wine if Marla provides the brilliance. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Oscar, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you all for being here today. I have the honor of sharing some extremely exciting news with you. It's hard not to feel deeply inspired by everything we've seen and heard today at the Halcyon Inaugural Innovation Summit. The stories, the passion, and the solutions from our fellows, they fill me with hope. Every day when I leave our office, I go home to my kids and I tell them about the remarkable people I meet. They fill me with so much hope because they are facing some of the world's most intractable problems, the things that we all worry about across the generations. The fellows you've seen on stage today, the ones sitting among us now, people who are watching all over the world, are working tirelessly to make our world a better place. If you sit here in this audience, it's likely because you've been a part of their journeys. And if you haven't, we welcome you to join us. I think of the founders who face incredible challenges, some who come from communities that have been overlooked or underrepresented. But these fellows, through sheer resilience and ingenuity, are solving incredibly complex problems. We have many of them here today. They bring ideas that no one else could because they're proximate to the challenges they're addressing, living with them every single day until they find the solutions that others didn't have the vision to pursue. Their courage and brilliance fuel everything that we do at Halcyon. They remind us why this work matters so much. And yet, like you've heard today, programs like ours are under attack. The support systems that give these visionaries the resources they need and the resources they deserve are disappearing. That's why we need your help more than ever to ensure that Halcyon's doors stay open for the next 10 years and many generations to come. Which brings me to why I am here on this stage. I am beyond excited to announce, and I was teed up for this perfectly by Marla, our first endowment campaign. This campaign has a goal to raise $8 million. It's a bold step forward and will allow us to continue to pivot and meet the needs where they're greatest. I'm extremely excited to share that due to some very generous support, we have secured already in the soft launch of the campaign, the first $3 million. Our team has an expression that we use a lot. Our founders don't have a lack of amazing ideas, but a lack of access to the critical resources to make them possible. It is our commitment to ensure that Halcyon remains a beacon for innovation, creativity, and social impact for decades to come. I hope that you will join me later this evening, that you'll talk to me, that you'll talk to Dan, or that you'll talk to any member of our team about this endowment campaign. We would love to have you be a part of it. Please help us reach our goal so we can continue to empower the next generation of social impact entrepreneurs. And with that, I have the great honor of being Dan Barker's hype girl and introducing our fearless leader to the stage one last time to conclude our summit.
Thank you so much, Kim. I am what stands between you and a drink. So for the next 30 minutes, I'm kidding. But today has been really, really incredible. I'm so grateful to Kim and grateful to our amazing MCs. Can we give them a hand? These folks not only are amazing at what they did here today, they're still running full-time businesses and took the time to spend the time here with us. And so we are incredibly grateful to Mariah and Oscar for all that they have done. Today has been overwhelming in a lot of ways, not just because we've been thinking about this event for 18 months, but really because we've been able to hear our mission come to life, right? You've heard it today from conversations about climate to health to EquityTech, about the challenges that face us, about the opportunities that we've had. This is why, as I said earlier today, why we get up every day and do this work. And hearing from our founders and the community that supports our founders is incredibly invigorating and has given us the energy to power through all of the challenges that we face, and knowing that we're going to be able to support founders, as Kim said, for the next 10 years and beyond. It's also been a huge testament to the vision of Dr. Kuno and Kate and what they started, and the privilege that we have of taking what they started forward into the future, and armed with an incredible board, who many of whom are here today, and honorary board mentors, advisors. We are primed and ready for the next 10 years of Halcyon. I couldn't have done any of this without the incredible team. There's some of them in here today, but actually most of them are scattered about, still making sure that everything is taken care of. So even if they're not in the room, would love to give them a huge round of applause. There's no way that I would have taken on this journey without the incredible team that we have. It has been a true honor to lead Halcyon and to see how everyone has risen to this occasion. And then finally, I want to thank our fellows. It has been such an inspiring week to see all of you come back together to connect and to ask us how you can give back to Halcyon on top of all the things that you already are doing. And so I want to thank you for showing us that light that I mentioned, for showing us what's possible, for helping us overcome all of the obstacles and all the negativity, and showing us that a new future is possible if we only grasp it and support it. And we are so grateful to be able to have that opportunity. So a huge round of applause to Halcyon Fellows. And with that, I will release you for a drink. Thank you.